Hi, Zizaran here with another video, and this is going to be a long one. For those that aren't familiar with these videos, they are called Everything Explained. They are basically a long form tutorial for Path of Exile. I will try to explain pretty much everything I do. Well, I already have the game installed, so you might have to complete that step first. But they're going to be long videos. I usually stop them around Act 9 because past that there's not that much that changed. I just stay in the location and level. But the majority of the teaching is in the first hour because then I'm explaining everything about the game. So it goes very slow then, and then I try to speed up. So the build that we're going to be using is Archmage Hierophant. It was already heavily requested. So what we're going to do is you need a program, which is explained in the video as well, and we have a separate video showing how to install it and stuff. I don't want to show you how to install it in this, called Path of Building, but I will show you how to import it. So you click New, and then Import, and then you just copy paste the link from the YouTube video here. Once you've clicked Import, then we get this. And this is what we're going to follow along for my skill points. So like here at the bottom, you can see that it shows me the first 12 skill points here. So I'm just going to be following this to the letter. I'll have that on another monitor, but I wanted to show you that so that you know how I know what skill points I'm putting in and stuff. So this is very easy to follow. So this is called Path of Building. On top of that, before we start, and I will explain everything like leagues and stuff like that too. But before we start, we're going to need something else called a filter. This is basically a thing that integrates with Path of Exile, and it'll highlight items and stuff like that. So we go to filterblade.xyz, click on create new filter, and then just put this slider on like regular, I'm sure is fine. And then we're going to download that. And let's see, this is filter everything. There, synchro download. I am going to do save and download. And then let's see. Give me one sec. There, and then you just copy paste it into whatever folder that opens for you. So that should be pretty straightforward. I'm just putting it in there now. So now it is just inside this folder. And then whenever I refresh here, it says filter everything. So now we've got that loaded, and we're going to start a character. Are you looking to gear up for the wave of next-gen ARPGs? This year is going to be insanely demanding on your system, but not on your wallet. Starforge has you covered with the Horizon line, with great computers for your everyday gaming, and for those looking for the top-of-the-line PC, the Voyager model is there for you. If you want a solid system with a rock-hard performance, look no further. Starforge is the perfect fit for you. That rocket is definitely happy to see you. Give yourself an edge to blast through the golden year of ARPGs by heading over to starforgesystems.com and get yourself one of the best PCs in the universe. So, I already have played this league, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a character on a new league so that everything is fresh and that I don't have anything already. I'm not going to have any music playing in the YouTube video, but on my Twitch channel I have a command called !playlist, which is generally what I listen to. But either way, so you like put in your login details, click play, and then I think you get met by this screen when it's your first time playing Path of Exile. And then you have standard. This is just a league or season that like never wipes. Things don't get deleted from here. It'll just never get reset. But there's no reason to start this as a new player. Then you have the current league, which is Settlers or Hardcore Settlers. And this is 3.25 is the current patch. And so this is always like the new league mechanic. It's a full reset. Everybody starts on an even footing. So the economy is very healthy and stuff like that. So this is where I would recommend starting. I would recommend that you start on Settlers Softcore. I'm going to be playing on Hardcore Solo Self-Found because I want to use this character later for something else. Let's see. So yeah, So I move my camera here. So here there's some buttons like Solo Self-Fund and Ruthless. You can just ignore Ruthless. It's just like a harder mode. Solo Self-Fund just means you can't interact with anyone else. And then Hardcore, it means that you go here when you die. You do not go to Settlers, you go to Standard. And then there is roughly a new league every 3 or 4 months. Things are a little uncertain right now with Path of Exile 2 in November. But yeah, so we're going to be playing on Settlers. We are going to be starting as a Templar. Zizaran. Zap Zap. I'm just going to call it something whatever. It is called Zizaran Zap Zap. Right. We are now in the game. There's no like settings you really need. Like things like DirectX and stuff is just sort of based on your setup. If you are having crashes or anything, just play around with it. But I can like scroll through my settings here. There's nothing crazy you need there. You need to make sure that you are on lockstep mode. This is basically, if you have under 100 ping, be on lockstep. If you have over like 120, you probably want to be on predictive. Item filter, that's what shows. It makes like things highlighted. So it's pretty important. We definitely want that. Fix your camera. I'll roughly fix it. There, hopefully that's fine. I have auto equip turned off. You can disable tutorials. I will be your tutorial, but tutorials are probably fine to have on. In UI, the only thing that is like really nice is I would recommend having this all the way on the left and this all the way on the right. Always show sockets, show full descriptions, show life and mana levels, hide life mana reservation. Actually, we can take that off. And then mini life bars, nor icons. These are the things I have. There are some cursor choices. That's just preference. And I believe that's everything before we get started. Oh, turn screen shake off. But either way, I've like hovered through everything. I'm also not 100% sure what's there by default. So this is Path of Exile. It is very complicated. That's why it'll be very, very information overload the first hour, because there's so much to explain. Actually, so much to explain. So we'll start with the inventory. Like you have like generic gear slots. It's I for inventory with gloves, helmet, boots, ring slots, amulet, belt, shield or offhand or quiver, and then main hand slot. We have a character panel with C that gives you information. And then you have like basic stats and stuff. And I'll be explaining some of that as we go. Usually have wisdom here, and we have our potions on 1, 2, and 5 at the moment. And then we have a driftwood scepter here that we can loot. Currently, we have attack on left mouse button, but we are actually already going to switch that now. So in Path of Exile, all skills are gems. So also, quick note, I will be lying to you about some things, because if something only has a weird exception at the end game, I will probably just say that it'll never happen. So there will be some things I'll be lying to you to make it easier for you to not overwhelm you about things that are, well, technically aren't true. But anyway, so skill gems are like this in Path of Exile. They're not something that you get when you level up. Like in Diablo, you get Frozen Orb at level 30. It's nothing like that in Path of Exile. And Glacial Hammer, when I'm socketing it in the red socket, it wouldn't matter if that was on my boots. It doesn't have to be specifically in your weapon. But now that we have Glacial Hammer, you can see that that is on my toolbar. And we actually have that here. Now, an important thing, and I really like teaching players this early, is instead of having default attack on mouse button 1, we just put move only there. This is so that if we hover over an enemy, I don't run towards them and attack. You will probably very early realize this is annoying. And I can actually get you killed. But now we have Glacial Hammer there, and then we want to click the skill and do always attack without moving. This is just that, the same as like if you're a Diablo player or something, it's the same as holding shift. It's attack in place. And you might notice that I will actually be skipping a lot of monsters, because killing the boss in this zone actually instantly takes us to level 2 anyway. So there's no reason to actually kill anything. But the controls are pretty easy. It's mostly just mouse button in the start. We're going to click this chest, and this gives us our first support gems. So obviously items have sockets, and these are linked. You can see that golden chain between the red and the blue socket. And you might already realize that, like, yeah, blue sockets go in blue gems. And red gems go in red sockets. And now you can see that they're highlighted. So if I hover over Glacial Hammer, it'll highlight both, and same with Elemental Proliferation. So hovering over them will tell you that they're linked. It'll also tell you on the gem, you can see here that there's an S attached. So you have multiple ways to know that it is linked and working. And you can see that there are gem tags. So here we have the tags at the top: cold, fire, lightning, support, and AoE. And this is attack, melee, strike, and cold. So since they're both cold, then they are linking together. All right. Now, on this boss, you can see that if I'm running around him in a circle, it's really hard for him to hit me. So that is pretty much the entire game. There is only one exception to this, but literally the entire game, if you get used to like moving and attacking, obviously it depends how comfortable you are with controls and stuff, but you can see that it's very easy for me to not get hit by him, especially with this skill who is freezing him a lot. Potions will not recover like when you're full. So like I don't want to start using my mana potion when I'm like 90% mana. I want to be like 30% or something. But we kill Hillock, we level up to 2, and we go into town, and boom! We have that big ass skill tree that Path of Exile is known for. And this is why it's very important to follow a build guide. You don't necessarily need to follow a long video like this, but it does help a lot of people. So I'm now just going to have like the level 12 skill tree open in Path of Building that was showed at the start. So I know that I'm going to be going here and taking some of the points there. In Path of Building, under items as well, it says that we're supposed to have wands. So we will just be grabbing either wands or scepters, but I will follow 1 to 1. So wands are fine. We can look and see if there is any like +1 fire. There isn't. There isn't any like crazy stat ones. So then what I'm going to prioritize is sockets. So ideally I want 3 sockets. This is a blue and this is a green. There's no all linked together except this one, and it's too expensive. That's something, a resource we don't have access to yet. So I'm going to be buying those. Now, if there are nice stats, things that we'd be looking for would be percentage fire damage, any damage to spells, or +1 fire gems. That's what we'd be looking for early. And then here from Tarkly, we're going to be picking up Rolling Magma. And then we are looking for like a blue in the vendor. So the vendor can sell you loads of different types of gear. And you can see that like we have loads of sockets here. We do have a blue dagger, but we're not going to be using daggers. There's nothing else. So since we can't get a blue, we're going to be ignoring it. But either way, we're going to put on these, and then we're going to have, we'll just have Rolling Magma and Elemental Proliferation now. We can keep that gem for later, but we can vendor the Driftwood Scepter. So at the moment, like white gear, it just vendors for Wisdom Scraps, which is how we identify items. It'll show different rarities. We'll go over everything as we find it. So at the moment, we haven't done anything. We have obviously a lot more stash tabs than you will have, but you start Path of Exile with 4 stash tabs, and the game is not pay to win, and you can absolutely try it for 50 to 100 hours for free, no problem. But pretty early, when you realize the game is for you, you will need to buy, for example, a currency stash tab and probably a quad stash tab. But you do start with 4 stash tabs, which is very little. But yeah. Why not check second vendor before buying? We did. We checked both. But either way, you don't need anything else at the moment. So definitely see if you like the game before you buy anything. Rolling Magma, we're going to always attack without moving as well. The only thing you don't want to do this on is dash. Also, there's a sale every like 2 or 3 weeks for stash tabs. So yeah, this is all we have so far. 2 white ones, rolling magma, and elemental proliferation. I'll try to make sure that it's easy to follow along and do updates on where we are. I always play with the minimap by hitting tab in the middle of the screen, but you don't need to do so. I'm gonna go ahead and kill some monsters now and explain a little bit about loot. We are getting gold this season as well. So, something you might periodically do is hit Z, and then you might not be showing any gear. So, if I hold Z or hit Z, then it's like hiding gear. So with C is basically always showing whatever your filter wants you to see. So we're just going to mostly like run through this zone. There's nothing wrong with overkilling, by the way. I'm going to be playing faster than you because I don't want the video to be like 10 hours. But there's nothing wrong with overkilling. In fact, it is super beneficial to the skill that we're playing because we gain a lot from levels. I will mostly, and you'll notice, mostly be killing large packs. But there's nothing wrong with overkilling. And like, you do want to level up your gems when they are leveling up. So that was on the right side. And our skill gains roughly 15% damage per level. Now you have found a blue item or possibly a yellow item. So blue is the same as magic. And a magic item can have 1 prefix and 1 suffix, which this has. So this can never have 3, right? It could be a yellow or rare item, and those can have 6. So 3 prefixes, 3 suffixes. And this is a really good find for us. It has movement speed, which is what you want early. Now we're going to go through this zone. It's actually one of the most dangerous zones in Path of Exile. So don't worry if you're dying here. That is very normal. And you can see we have our first quest item here as well. So we're going to kill the monsters around it before we hit it, because hitting this quest item will enrage the monsters around. It is their eggs after all, and they don't want us to take their eggs. Also, very early you might be thinking, how are you assigning skill points so fast? So it's P to open the skill tree and Control click to enter without a confirmation. And obviously we know exactly where to go because of the Path of Building guide we have open. Now, I will not be picking up random white gear, but we will be picking up pretty much everything blue and yellow early on. That's because they will actually sell for things that we need. Whereas the white gear only sells for wisdoms, which we are not that interested in right now. You might notice that I'm trying to move at a bit of an angle to the monster so that they can't charge directly into me. So we're already level 4. And never feel bad if you're like significantly higher level than me. The level penalties aren't that big. They're not really going to matter for you. And we do want to make sure that we keep leveling up all our gems. I'll make note if there's something you don't need to level up. Now we're going to hand in this quest. You needed all those 3 quest icons and then just go to the end. Now, a cool thing about Path of Exile is in some games, you'll have to talk to people to get their quest before you do it. In Path of Exile, you don't really need to do that. I think there's only 2 people you need to talk to other than handing in the quest. So like, even though we've never talked to the NPCs to actually receive these quests, we can just go do them. So now we're going to waypoint back to the coast, and then we're going to go to Tidal Island. We're actually doing 2 quests at the same time here. We're just picking up more of the elemental damage. Obviously, it's very linear where we're going in the start. So it's very easy. And you'll notice, like, even though we haven't really gotten any gear upgrades, we're already doing a lot more damage. Let's see. Checking if that one had, like, better sockets. We don't really need to interact with the league mechanic for this. It's not super important. We also have very little gold right now. Will be good for respecs early, though. So this is Hail Ray. You cannot run around him in a circle. You kind of want to zigzag. He's the only exception to that. He tries to predict where you're going. This is actually quite scary. But obviously we have a lot of damage and stuff like that. Now we can log out to character selection instead of using a portal scroll. Now we're going to hand this into Nessa, and we're going to pick up the Quicksilver. And then I don't think we want any of these, so we're going to pick up Arcane support, Arcane Surge support. This is one of those gems we don't want to level. So let's talk a little bit about skill gems and abilities and stuff like that in Path of Exile and how they work. We are going to sell this, and I'll explain why before I do it as well. Even though it could be tempting to identify this, what I'm really chasing right now is sockets and links. I don't care that much necessarily about the gear being blue or yellow on a lot of pieces, and I'll try to, especially early, explain that a lot. But right now, I'm mostly looking for like 3 blue, 2 blue, 1 red, 2 blue, 1 green, so that we can have gems and link them together.
Be well.
And selling them will give us transmutation shards, and then we will either find shards from selling identified gear, which will give alteration shards, or unidentified gear, which gives transmutation shards. And once you have 20, it'll make a full orb, which we have already. And Path of Exile actually has a very large currency system where it's not just gold. Like a lot of games, we have all these orbs that do things. So I'll explain every orb as we find them. So a transmute, it will make an item magic like this, and it can give it 1 stat. So you could either give it 1 prefix or 1 suffix, or both, like this one has. And with the alteration, it simply rerolls that. There is a third one that we haven't found yet called augmentation, which, let's say that this didn't have the strength or didn't have the movement speed, it would fill in with another random stat. Now, looking at your skills and stuff and reading them is really good. Like, you have at the top a lot of the breakdowns, like what level it is, mana cost, which is the base mana cost. So by having some support gems, some will increase the cost. But then you have the base critical strike chance and added damage. That is how good flat damage is. So a stat that we could get on a 1 would be, let's say, 1 to 2 fire damage to spells, right? And since we are over 200, that would be then 2 to 4. So that is pretty simple. It is just a multiplier to the flat. But there are a lot of complicated things to that I will try to explain later. Even the green text, which tells you a little bit about what the spell does, is actually kind of important. You shouldn't really need to read this for this, because I will be your tutorial and I will just tell you what to do. But there is a lot of info. The important thing to see is at the top with the tangs. And then here we have Arcane Surge support. The reason why I mentioned we're not going to be leveling this up is we are actually going to be having this with a movement ability. And we actually don't have a blue right now. Let's see. What do we take here? We take a Holy Flame Totem is what our guide tells us to take. We don't have a... Oh, we do have a red in my boot. But here we're going to take Frost Blink, and we do want to link that to Arcane Surge. And the way Arcane Surge does, it gives us a buff every time we spend a certain amount of mana. But if I level up Arcane Surge, eventually it costs like 100 mana. So it would be like 10 movement abilities to actually give me that buff. So we will be not leveling that up. Welcome. Let's see if there is any blue from the vendor. No. The vendor, every time we level up, will refresh a little bit. So, we've gotten all our quests from town. We have the Arcane Surge here for later. And we are now going to go to the Submerged Passage again. So now we have a Quicksilver. This is our first utility flask. Pressing that will make me a lot faster. And the Frost Blink is really cool as well. It is instantaneous. And we do want to do Obvious Attack Without Moving on all of these skills. So right now I have that on spacebar. That would be Q by default. And you can see it actually does a decent amount of damage. And you see that I do try to move a lot while attacking. You see some unique monsters like this one. They're like mini bosses. They're not something you need to kill, but they will drop significantly more loot than like normal trash. So here we got a rare item, our first one, and some blues. There were not any important things, but they are good to pick up to sell to the vendor. Here is our first League mechanic. Now, Path of Exile has been out for a very long time, and every 3 months we were getting a new League mechanic, and most of these were going core into the game, becoming a part of the game as a whole. So this is an Essence. It's something you click 3 times to break it out, and it'll give you an item once you kill it. And these are very worthwhile to kill. But they're pretty dangerous. And some of them can be pretty deadly. And then once we've killed that, we have gotten a Whispering Essence of Contempt. Now, this will turn the item rare, similar to a later orb that we'll get called Orb of Alchemy, and it'll guarantee at least 4 stats on the item, no matter what, up to a maximum of 6. So you'll get 4, 5, or 6. But what's special about this, whereas an alchemy will just make the item at random rare, this item is going to make it rare, but guarantee one of the stats. So this would be really good if we're playing a melee build and we want to guarantee physical damage to attacks. So very good. But we are not obviously a melee build. But we will still have a use for it. So now we're going to be looking for a side area here, because there is a side quest that gives us a skill point. So we'll just go do that, and that will give us another essence. That's a guaranteed one. There, we've assigned another point. Should be very easy to follow along early, so I'm not going to stop and talk too much about the skill tree early on. And obviously the skill tree is why you want to have a guide early on. Because it's so easy to get overwhelmed, and respec options, while they have improved this league, is not very good in PoE. It's a large mana flask, so we will be upgrading our flasks as we go through the campaign, and these can be rolled like gear. So here we have 2 essences. We're gonna break out the boss. You might not want to... Ooh. Actually scary, and I am on hardcore, so I don't want to die. Ow. Very scary crab. Kind of want to kite it a little bit with our totem. Ow. Everything hurts. And this build is something called Archmage Hierophant. Oh, I should go and do not disturb, so I'm not leaving people hanging. But we won't be our actual skill for a long time. Alright, let's go back to the boss. Ooh. Scary. Very scary. We don't want to die. You could also come back for this later, obviously. You found some damage. So we got a lot of stuff. We're going to pick up everything no matter what, even if it's not stuff we need, because we are going to vendor most of it. Now, this is 2 blue, and we can identify that because it could have something good. It didn't, but now it will sell for... it'll sell for alteration shards now instead of transmutes. But we do need both, so selling unID'd will be important as well. We'll particularly be selling unID'd on, let's say, bows and weapons that we aren't going to be using anyway because we're a spellcaster. We want to kill this one, even though it is a little bit of a tanky monster, because this has an Essence of Woe, which gives spell damage, which is what we want. We have to kill this one twice because of the type of crab it is. But the second form has a lot less life. So it has a shell. Okay, that's dead. And we'll do the same thing again with logging out to go back to town. Now we will check the vendor here, see if there's any 3 linked things, which there is. And we do want a 3 blue. So keep an eye out for that. I'm going to sell all of this unidentified. If I didn't have movement speed at this point, I would be identifying the boots. And I'll explain a little bit about mentality around gearing in Path of Exile. And you're sort of, and this will come with experience, but we're like, if I have a really, really good item, let's say that I had boots later on with a lot of movement speed, a lot of life and resistances, then maybe I wouldn't be caring as much about picking up and identifying every single boot. So you get to a stage in PoE where you sort of have a diminishing return on gear. Let's see. Early on, we also care more about transmutes than we care about wisdoms. Yeah, we can sell that on ID too, just so we get a bunch of transmutes. But we do want to buy this for a wisdom scroll. Now, there's nothing else really interesting here. There's no other 3 blue, but we are going to be able to use this now. So what I'm going to do now is, now that we have this 3-linked goat horn, I'm going to use the Whispering Essence of Woe. And that is now guaranteed to get spell damage. We didn't get anything else good. The mana gained per enemy killed isn't bad, but still. So we also see that in the guide, it's telling us to use combustion, which I don't think we get until later. I don't think there's anything else we get this early except flame wall. We are supposed to be using flame wall right now, which is a wisdom scroll, which we don't have. But what we can do, we can actually sell the glacial hammer for wisdom scrap. But if I did, we could sell 1 or 2 portal scrolls for more wisdoms. But now we have a flame wall. We have this, so I'll swap that out and we'll keep 1 link open there, because we will be putting combustion in there. And then we can just have... There's nothing stopping us from using Frostblink in this now, because then we can put Arcane Surge in. Now we don't have anything else with sockets, so for now we can put Flame Wall here, but we do want another socket. Now here we get our first book of skill. That was from killing the crab. I eat that and boom, I get another skill point. And then I am going to take the life node first, because this is big early. It's 30 flat life and 10% increased life. And let's explain a little bit about the Path of Exile skill tree. These small nodes, also everything on the skill tree here costs 1 point. Always 1 point. And these small ones are travel nodes. So they will do minor things, like this is 14% damage. This is stat nodes, and you have intelligence, strength, and dexterity. This is how we equip gear. And then here we have a notable. They are better and they're more valuable. And this one does increase damage, minion damage, attack and cast speed, and strength and intelligence. And you see here as well, like a lot better. So, and here we have keystones. They can like change something or be build enabling completely. Like very, very different. So they're like very special. And we will be using some of those in our build and explain them when we're doing that. But early on, we're mostly picking up some notables. Now we can sell these because there's no benefit to us having them. And then if we organize our inventory a little bit, thank you. We have 3 portals, we have 2 transmutes, an alteration, some shards, and some essences. So we're well on our way. Boom. And then we're just going to continue on here. Go to the next zone. So we went back to the submerged passage. Do I have always attack without moving? I don't. So this skill, it puts down a fire wall. And if we shoot through it, we do a lot more damage. Significantly more. And we add a burn effect. And this actually works for our totem thing too. Like if that shoots through it, it'll do significantly more damage. So we want to try to like play a little bit tactical here. And that'll make a big difference to our damage. We can pick up the iron ring, though we're not an attack build. But you'll notice like a lot of the time I'm just like running through things and magma orbing, maybe putting down a holy flame totem. And you might have noticed you can only have 1 totem. There are builds where you have like loads of totems and you are full totem playstyle. There's even a streamer that like just loves totems. It's called Tatantiel. He just all he plays is totem builds. It's great. Now we're gonna go into the ledge. And you might be like 8, 9, or 10 while you're here, because as a new player, you're very prone to over clearing and killing everything. It's very hard to know like when to skip and stuff like that when you're a new player. Whereas you'll notice I will just be leveling very fast and running through things. But don't worry about that. You can always pause the video. One cool thing about the movement ability we're doing is if we're coming from or into a group of enemy, it'll come back faster, the cooldown. So if you are going from 10 enemies into 10 enemies, it'll be almost instant. And it'll be very noticeable later in the game when there are a lot more enemies. It's pretty cool. Here's another waypoint, and we don't have to click these, we just have to run next to them. Another level up. Now, you do want to be careful while assigning skill points. Those enemies can kill you very easily, and the game does not pause while you're on this. So we went and grabbed the life node there. And like the game won't be too challenging early on. There's not that much you have to worry about. And the enemies will be pretty straightforward. And then you might have noticed that we're doing damage over time, like burning damage over time. And that is when an enemy gets ignited, which is one of the things that we do. We have a small chance to ignite an enemy. Got another Quicksilver. That's handy. Definitely use that if you find another one. I'm not going to use it until a little bit later, but so we do get a guaranteed second one soon. I'll try not to use anything that's like what I would consider lucky. Just so you get to see what it's like with not any particular luck. What was I saying? Can't remember what I was explaining. Right, so there our Arcane Surge leveled up. And I right-clicked it. Now it has gone here if I want to change my mind on that later. But now that is not being prompted to level up anymore. Burning. Yes, sorry. Thank you. Ignite. So we have a chance to ignite an enemy, and that'll be basically fire damage over time on that enemy. Not every fire damage over time is ignite, but ignite is like either when you have something with chance to ignite, or if you crit. Crit will always like activate ailments. So you would have shock for lightning damage, freeze or chill for cold damage, and ignite. But for example, our flame wall will start things burning as well, but that is not ignite. So Path of Exile is very specific. That's why I mention it. Like for example, the difference between something saying increased damage or more damage is massively different. So I want to bring that up early so that usually we are being very specific with the wording we use. Because the difference between increased and more is the same difference as additive and multiplicative. So it's very important. We did find a second one with 3 blue. This is very nice. And it has spell damage and mana. So we'll go ahead and switch that out. Now we have Frostblink with Arcane Surge. And we have an open blue there. I'm not going to explain that. This is the endgame league mechanic. You can engage with it and start killing things there, but like, I want to try to not overwhelm people early, and that's just really unimportant early. Really, really unimportant early. I make like a separate video where I go through every league mechanic. So once you finish the campaign, you want to watch that. But I go through every league mechanic and I'm like, this one's worth engaging with. Look up a full video on this, or don't, just ignore it. We're going to take here. We have another essence here, and essences are super worth it. We want to, especially early, get every essence. So we're going to kill the thing guarding. Oh, ow. Scary. So we got a medium life flask, so this is what our flask setup looks like now. But we do want to get every essence early. We found another skill gem. We don't need that. That's not one of the ones in our guide that we're interested in. And for this, you don't need to find anything. Ah. My Windows is doing something. Device finished setting up. Are you hacking me, chat? Alright. Now, chests and things like that, it's not super worth clicking. It'll just slow you down, so you can kind of ignore that. This is not worth your time. Path of Exile is like a infinite slot machine where a lot of the time just ignoring things will be faster.
Cage, evil
let's see, we can go in vendor now because we do have quite a lot of things in our inventory. When you are eventually starting to try to go faster, that is one of the things you cut out, like going back to town a lot. And it's not like we need to pick up quests. So we're going to sell all of this. Honestly, we can keep this chest because it is 3 linked and green, green, blue. So in case we need some more links, that wouldn't be bad to identify. And obviously it will give us some evasion and energy shield. So this brings us to defense in Path of Exile. We have life and energy shield. Energy shield and life work similarly, but also different. For like, if I'm taking 10 damage, I would take both 10, like it's the same amount of defense, right? Like if I had, let's say, only 100 energy shield or under 100 life, if I'm taking 10 damage, I wouldn't be taking more energy shield. And somebody previously asked about armor. Does armor defend energy shield and life? Like, yes, your resists and your armor both work on your life or energy shield. So they're 1-to-1. They just recover differently. We can recover life with potions, and you can't recover energy shield with potions. And some exceptions, but whatever. And energy shield recovers over time when you haven't taken damage for 4 seconds. And then if we click C and go to defense, you can see that we have armor and we have evasion and we have resistances. So resistances are, the game sort of tries to teach us in Act 1, you want cold resist. In Act 2, you want kind of lightning, maybe some fire, and in Act 3 you really want all of them. So that's sort of, you do get taught that, and I will teach you how to like very easily resist camp early. Armor is simply if a hit connects with you, it will lower the physical damage for it, but this number is incorrect. That is important to learn early. Armor is basically good against small hits. Evasion is just whether a attack hits you at all, but it won't work on spells. And that's where resists are important. And honestly, like a combination of these is very, very good for just running around and like the white normal monsters. But larger bosses and stuff like that won't care much about your evasion or armor. But we're gonna take a quick check on the vendor, see if there are any other links. We're mostly looking for blue, blue, blue. We do have a shield here. We don't really care about a shield. But nothing else that we really care about right now. Oh, Nessa, however, at this point, lets us get combustion, which we do want. We can put the flame wall in the chest here, and we now have elemental proliferation, rolling magma, and combustion. Let's see. And that's all we need at this point. It's super easy. Although while we're in town, do we have enough to buy a leather belt maybe? No, we don't. Oh, we're good. We'll continue. I was gonna say, we have found so many essences, so we could just like pick up some bases. So I see a lot of people in chat saying things at the moment. Things like movement speed penalty for wearing a chest. Chat, like, this is for new players. We're trying not to overwhelm them. I will be purposefully lying and not talking about a lot of things. Stop with talking about things people don't need until they have 300 hours in the game. Right, we're going to go back to the lower prison, and you see that we have really decent damage already, and now this will be randomly somewhere in the zone, and this is called a Trial of Ascendancy. And there will be 6 of these before we are allowed to go into a special zone that actually lets us choose a subclass, also called Ascendancies. Now, lab traps are scary. They do percentage base damage. So let's say that I had 4,000 life at this point. They would be doing roughly the same damage, which makes them very, very scary. But we are just going to make our way through that. And we'll still pick up every like blue and rare and stuff like that. So I do want a lot of wisdom, a lot of transmutes early. But that's all we needed in this zone. Now, you might have noticed that there are blue monsters, there are yellow monsters, and there are brown or unique monsters. And the difference between these...
Let
me mute alerts while we're doing this, actually. Thank you, Tilt. The difference between those is that a blue monster, obviously, the more rare a monster is, the better loot it will give, but they also give more XP. So a blue monster gives roughly the same as 3 white monsters, and a rare is mostly the same as 5. And then unique monsters are more like mini bosses that will give more rewards, XP, etc., and can be worth killing when you are new. Because overleveling is super good for this build. Like, that'll never be a bad thing. Even if you were like level 15 in this zone, you would just have an easier time. There's no downside that you need to worry about. Let's see. Now we're going to pick up Holy Dominion, and this is giving us all resist elemental damage and further chance to ignite. And freeze and shock. Combine the word there. So now we'll notice that we are starting to do that ignite thing quite a lot, and that is the circle around them, which is proliferation. So that's spreading it out. Spreading it out. So if I... Yeah, there, now you can see that everything that goes into that circle starts taking fire damage. And there are builds that are based up completely around igniting. You also might have seen that we got resistances, and resistances are very important. They are basically straight up, if you have the maximum resist, which is 75%, and you take 1,000 damage, you will be taking 250. So it is very important, and the game very quickly assumes that you will have 75, which is the max resistance. Also just assume that there are exceptions for everything. There is a secret area in the upper prison that will give you a bunch of flasks. That is here, where we're right now. So this is a strong box. These can be rolled, but we don't bother with that. Oh, we didn't get a Quicksilver here. We very often would. Okay, I'm now going to have those 2 large life flasks. I want to kill some monsters to get more life charges, and that is how we get charges. Leveling up, which we're about to do, will give you charges, but killing monsters will as well. Most bosses, when you're fighting them, will not give you charges in the middle of the fight, but some will have ads and stuff. So now we're going to go to the next zone, where we're going to be fighting a boss called Brutus. If you have a second Quicksilver at this point, that would be fine. I would probably use 2 life flasks, 1 mana flask, and that's up there. And 2 Quicksilvers. Especially as a new player, you might be more comfortable with more life flasks rather than speed. The last one I opened had 6 Quicksilvers. Yeah, I got a little unlucky. It's fine. It's better to be unlucky in this than to be lucky. Now we're going to take a Light of Divinity next. Now, that does give us spell damage. So, Zizaran, what's the difference between spell damage, elemental damage, and fire damage? Well, elemental and fire damage will affect ignites and stuff like that, but spell damage will not. So there are some like differences in what affects what. Now we're coming up against Brutus, the first real challenge you will encounter, and he will have a few moves. So we're going to take it slow to begin with and show an interesting thing, and that is that when a boss is 100% health, it has either little or no moves at all. So before I damage him, you can see that the only thing Brutus can do, except if I'm further away from him, is auto attack. And this is the same for every boss in Path of Exile. At 100% health, they have no abilities. So it's only like the lower they do, they get more abilities. They evolve more abilities. So we are now going to just have a combination of Holy Flame Totem, the Flame Wall, and Rolling Magma. And we are going to whittle him down. And we kind of want to keep this up of like rolling around him in a circle, because he has really scary moves. 8,000 hours, and I didn't know that. But now, once he takes damage, you'll see that he'll start doing things pretty fast. So that was a huge slam. There's a second slam. And now he'll try to hook me in. But you'll see that we do crazy damage whenever we're attacking through the flame wall. And just by moving a little bit, it trivializes the fight quite a lot. Now, in a lot of games, you have to move to the next zone to get waypoints. There are a lot of zones in Path of Exile where you automatically get the next waypoint. So you can see that I already have Prisoner's Gate. So you'll see that most players will just go to character select screen here to save a little bit of time. Obviously, you can just manually go. Nothing wrong with that. We're going to vendor that. Now, why aren't we identifying the Driftwood Wand? Well, that's because that we already have 2 rare, and they're already decent, right? And it's about the sockets. Since this is worse sockets, like if it was blue and 3 sockets, 3 linked, I would identify it, but since it's not, we're not going to. Same reasoning with shields. Nothing we're really looking for here, so we're going to vendor all of it, and now we're up at 4 transmutation orbs. Now, there is a Driftwood one here. It is 3. And honestly, since we do have so much right now, it's tempting to throw a contempt on this. Because we could get something really good. We didn't. But especially if we had a second woe, that would be really good. Oh, we didn't need to talk to him. Now, after opening up Brutus, we get access to, I think it's just Flame Dash we're taking here, right? Yeah, the only thing we want here is a Flame Dash. But we don't really need to use that. We can. It's a little bit of preference. They're both a movement ability. Flame Dash can go a little bit longer and has 3 charges. But Frostblink will freeze and chill the enemies and recover faster. So experiment with both. See which one you like. It's just kind of preference. We can use the large life flask there and just sell our old one. And I want to show a really cool thing, because at this point you might have found an iron ring or have an iron ring for sale, and you might not have any sapphire rings. We do have a good sapphire ring here, and we're coming up against a cold boss, so we're going to buy that. But we can buy, let's say, Fireball for 1 wisdom scroll, and what we can do is actually sell the Fireball and the iron ring for Path of Exile's recipe system. And now for the upcoming cold boss, we have 2 cold rings. So now I'm at 75 cold resist, which is the max. And you'll see that there is a number here to the right. This is called overcapped resistance. So this is in case something lowers your resistance. But now we're already cold resist capped. So we're good to go. 2. Now we're going to go to Prisoner's Gate. And you'll see like it's very, very like top heavy, the explanations here. Can you optimize the implicit with a vendor recipe somehow? You can. If you buy a new gem, that'll like be a new, like it could be up to 30. But it's not really worth it, and we don't have a lot of wisdoms early. Here's a coral ring. That would have been good if we didn't have the cold rings, because they give life. We're just going to be moving through the zone, killing as we go. There, and now I'm definitely picking up every rare, and I will be picking up some blues here and there. There's nothing wrong with picking up every blue, because having a good like economy for yourself early of a lot of transmutes and a lot of alterations can be nice. So Ornate Strongbox, it's worth killing. It will give like slightly better loot. They're not worth rolling. You can, like I said, roll Strongboxes. That's not worth it. We don't have much currency early, and we want to save it.
This is a mortuary for
Let's
lost
see.
children, hidden from the eyes
And
of
now
the
I think the
world.
only thing we're taking next before we're moving on to the next section of Path of Building is the AoE node, and then we're good. You see, I do care about killing every blue. I'm going to identify that. We got some regen. You have no base life regen by default. But you can find regen on items. It's really nice. Even a little bit will be... Like, having literally 0 is very noticeable. Even having 1 is nice. because then like you can only rely on your potions to get health, and that is a pain. So we have 27 energy shield now. It also helps you a little bit with stun avoidance, because as long as a character has any stun avoidance, any energy shield, it's a 50% chance to avoid being stunned. So that's nice. It's nice to have a little bit. So that's the next zone, but there is a side area we're looking for here. Because there is a quest that gives us the skill point. Now technically, you could go and accept the quest first, but like I said, there's no reason to do that. Here's the side area. So I'll try to do everything as a new player would. Now we did previously talk a little bit about attributes, and you might have noticed that gear will have like required int and stuff like that. That is also how coloring gear works. I don't think we have a chrome yet, but there is a chromatic orb, and that'll recolor gear, and it's based on the required attributes on the item. Also, we don't need to kill this boss, but early on as a new player, it's nice to kill uniques just because they drop more. But you could just pick up the item and run through. That's what we usually do. Archmage is a support gem we're going to be using later. Right. So, attributes like you'll see here, like this one, oh, it's actually so low that it's below the base start, so it doesn't show. But this would, since it's an evasion energy shield, this would actually have dex and intelligence as required, but it's so low that it doesn't show. And here you'll see like required strength and int, required strength and dex. So they're like hybrid, so they're more likely to roll red and green sockets. Something with just int is more likely to roll just blue sockets. And there is a difference between if something has level 50 required int and 200 later. Like when something has like 30 to 50 int, then it's still okay to roll red and green sockets on it, whereas with 250, very unlikely. There, we're going to get the amplify there. So now we've finished the skill tree for our first section. So we'll click on the building at the bottom, then click on level 25. So we're just going to kill this boss. We can put that here. And like everything just gets spawn camped because we're very strong right now. We're very, very strong. So the boss just dies very quickly. We can like rummage around in our inventory a little bit, make some more space. There, boom. And then we can log out again. So we're gonna go to town and vendor a little bit. There, is there anything we want to identify? We don't have gloves, so we get fire resist here. That's nice. I don't care that much about the chest. Trying to think if I need green sockets for anything. We don't. Okay, then I think we will look at this chest because it is 3 blue. We don't need greens at all. It has lightning resistance and it has an open suffix. So when I hold Alt, it gives us a breakdown. See that it has 2 prefixes and it has 2 suffixes. So later on we can craft on this. We don't get to craft until we're roughly level 20, but we already have so much cold resist. So we'll take that and get more blues. We could also buff our flame wall. We could also do the same with Holy Flame Totem and move that here so it has a link. But right now we're going to sell most of this stuff like that. And then do you know, the build guide doesn't say to do that because it's expensive, but since we have so many transmutes and hopefully most new players are picking up everything, so we have 6 transmutes. If you have over 5 at this point and you have a red blue, you can buy added lightning and put in your Holy Flame Tone. It'll just give a little bit more damage. So we can see now that we have like a few items that are linked, or a few gems that are linked. I'll take a quick break. Obviously if you're watching a YouTube video, you're just gonna have to skip this. Nothing interesting happens during the break. I just need to pee. You know, I'm kind of tempted to see how a part 2 would do and do like a continuation tomorrow of everything explained with like Act 9 through maps and early. We'll see. There's a chance I do that. All right. We're gonna go back to the ship graveyard. And a thing to mention, if you're ever like feeling a little bit weak and you wish that you would be higher level and stronger, what you can do is you can actually remake zones and over level. So to do that, when entering a zone at a door or at a waypoint, you hold control down and then it will give you the option to make a new fresh instance. So you could do that to avoid having to run through a dead zone like this, like if you want to kill more monsters. But if you just want to like know exactly where you're going and you're happy with your level, then you can run through a dead zone. Also not really able to take questions from Twitch chat during the everything explained. Hopefully my mods can answer questions. Let's see, did we pick up the skill point? We did. Another thing we can do is we can do slash passives in chat. And we'll see that we only have one. So we can go pick that up. Early map guide? Yeah, I might do that tomorrow. Right. Now we are going to be going up here. We're going to be picking up our first keystone called Elemental Overload. I'll explain that when we get to it. Let's see. I don't think I haven't explained anything that we've found so far. Well, we have the league mechanic, but here's another treasure chest with another unique monster. Especially since we're so powerful, it's very nice to just kill. Green, green, blue, carved wand. We don't really need any green sockets, so we're mostly looking for blues, and we don't have those chromatic orbs that I talked about. That was a shrine over there. Shrines, which I can't remember if we've seen one before, but they will give enemies around them a buff until you pick up the shrine, and then they'll give you that buff. So that is really nice. It can give you like speed and like defenses. Loads of stuff. Belts are jewelry, yep. Oh. Let's see. Alright. Another treasure chest. So we're basically killing her daughters. We're just killing her daughters real quick. You don't need to. Like I said, I never do usually. It's just to get a little bit more loot. We'll pick up a topaz ring. Wouldn't be bad to have for the next act. Thanks, Samar. Alright. So those red things, they explode. There are a lot of really dangerous monster types in Path of Exile. A lot of danger. Now, I do have a skill point for you to put, but obviously our next node is a travel node, right? It's just 10 int, so it doesn't really do much. Int gives us energy shield and some mana, whereas life is from strength or life nodes. So that'll actually give us something very useful. And dex is increased evasion. But we're not in a rush. It's mostly strength is like the only travel point I would care about, really. Alright. Now, Merveil, very similar, believe it or not. Move around her in a circle and don't do too much backtracking, and you should be okay. And you see that I'm focusing on having my Holy Flame Totem and Firewall down, and that does like so much damage. And she goes down pretty fast. She doesn't do too much damage either because I have all the cold resist. However, if you've gotten in here with 0% cold resist, she will do a large amount of damage. And she can kill you easily. In phase 2, she has a few other abilities as well, like screaming, summoning way more monsters. Especially for every 75% or every 25%, I want to try to have the totem down. Pull some of the aggro off me. But at this point, especially, you should be even more over level than I am. It'll be incredibly easy for you. So I haven't found anything crazy. We're just very powerful.
Corrupted beyond humanity.
And this is the strongest build I've ever played. Here is Einar, one of our masters. We'll talk to him and he'll follow with us. And you meet him quite a lot in Act 2. This is a really, really good one. We would kill that a bit later. But this crab, what it does is it guarantees a unique item. Now, whatever I get from this, I'm not going to be using. Because getting a good one would be, I don't know, like 30% chance. So it's not super likely. So we're gonna pass on that. The only reason I'm playing it in SSF, so I don't want this character myself. I'm just doing this because it's been heavily requested by people. So it's just to teach people. I'm gonna be remaking this character to something else later, but I need a Templar anyway. So I figured I might as well level the character like this to teach people. And then I might as well do it in Hardcore SSF so that I don't have any gear, so I can make it so the way a new player can learn more. Either way, we're in Act 2 now. Path of Exile has 10 acts. 10 acts in Path of Exile, and you do need to do them every time you level a character. They will get faster the more you are used to it. And especially your second and third character, you can like use gear from your other characters on a new character. So yeah, pretty decent. Here is a Muttering Essence of Torment. These are really good. What they guarantee is flat lightning damage, which is good. We like that. Killing some blues. It's not linked, so we don't care. A rare Goat Horn we might pick up. Leather belt we will pick up. Oh, I'm full. Disaster. I'll drop the blue boarding axe. We don't need that. Now you might see that there's yellow and red monsters. So yellow monsters are just fuel. Yeah, they're just food for Einar, basically. You need them to interact with the reds, but the yellows don't have a purpose. The reds are what chooses what the outcome is. Shall I explain later when we do it? That can be really good for new players. They're leveling everything up. There's no way to automatically level gems. There. Moving up here. We're 3 points away from that. Right. Now we're going to identify some things. Blue jade amulet. Not feeling super inspired. Do I need dex for anything? Maybe. Let's put it on anyway. The ones and maybe the shield. See, now I'm starting to like really need some more wisdom, so I'm going to sell 4 of my portal scrolls. And I'm going to identify the shield. Not good enough. And there is an implicit dual wield bonus. It's like cast speed, I think. I can't remember how much cast speed you get. That's kind of whatever. It's not good enough to care about losing a socket. So neither of them were particularly good. We would be looking for like a bunch of spell damage and flat damage to spells, or maybe cast speed. Those are good stats. We can see we're getting a bunch of stuff, and you might be noticing that we have a green, blue, and a red socket linked together, and that's what's selling for that chromatic orb, giving us our first chromatic, and we could use that to recolor something. If I check the vendor now, I'm looking for a 3 blue. Spell damage and cast speed. Now that I have the Torment, I actually want to go back to Act 1 and check for a 3 blue there. And if I had 3 blue in my helmet, boots, or gloves, it would be easy for me to just get, like, anything. We don't use any of these. Just ignore that Merveil reward. Okay, there's no 3 blue here. But what we could do is we could buy this for 1 wisdom, and we can use this, and boom. Okay, it didn't hit 3 blue. It did hit 2 blue, 1 green, which would be fine to replace this with. So I'm going to use the Torment. Well, you can just check. 272 damage, 364. So early on, flat damage is just so big. because that's like what scales it. Now we aren't using, it's not a lightning skill, but it can still do lightning damage. We can keep that if we really need a third blue later. So that actually adds a lot of damage, and that's because Rolling Magma, like we said, had the effectiveness of added damage at 240. So it's very, very strong early for this. I have agreed. This you can see that will, on jewelry, just give life regen. So we're going to save this for like a helmet maybe. See if there's a helmet with 3 blue here. It would be really nice. Is it 2 blue, 1 red? Yeah, let's buy that. We'll use that at level 17. And then we can use a Whispering Greed on that. And that got the guaranteed life. It has some fire resist and an open suffix that we can craft on later. But we can't do that until roughly level 20. Unless you're a returning player. Then you can do it at level 12. But we have this for once we're level 17. And we're going to throw a Contempt on the belt. We were just hoping for life or resistances. We did not get resists. So we're right now 25, 69, and 18. In this zone, we're just going to ignore any side zone. That is just to get a guaranteed Quicksilver, which honestly we don't care about. We don't care that much about going super fast. Yes, they could scam you for your mirror, Tom. Absolutely. He could just take it. Let's see. There are middlemen and stuff. If you ask me what I'm not doing a teaching episode, I'll help you with it. So in this zone, we're going to go top left. That's where the next area is. And that is how we progress. You'll notice we do like crazy amounts of damage already. There, getting closer to Elemental Overload. Might as well explain what that does now. So Elemental Overload, it basically removes your critical strike multiplier, right? Very similar to like a lot of games where, let's say, some games a crit would do double damage or like multiplied by 250. And in Path of Exile, it basically removes any extra damage you do. But what it does is it gives you a 40% more elemental damage buff. So you don't invest into crits, but it gives you a buff every 10 seconds. Or sorry, for 10 seconds when you've crit. So that means that you'll have like a small amount of crit, let's say like 10 to 15%. And that will give you 40% more elemental damage. Which is really, really good. That is really, really good. Now, here's a good thing to point out as well. There are a lot of things in Path of Exile that actually point you to where you're going to go. That the game doesn't really tell you, but for example, this is actually an arrow. So once you see the waypoint, that actually points you towards the next zone you're going. So we like always know that if the waypoint's there, then the entrance is here. And then in this zone, we also get our second trial. Let's see. Should be up here. It is. Now, it can be pretty easy to panic with traps. Pretty easy to panic with traps. So, the best thing is literally run through it. Run straight through it. Because traps can't really hurt you. They don't have a big enough surface area unless you panic and you start running like backwards. This is like a side area. It's like a... They started adding these things, like kind of like new secrets. So it just has a bunch of gems on the ground. And once we get the next level, we'll really notice when we crit in the last 10 seconds. Now it is skill specific. So, for example, that damage will not affect my firewall because that doesn't have a hit. It's just putting down like a damage over time. Whereas our holy flame totem, that will get to use elemental overload. And once we have it, it'll be depicted with a crystal on the skill. It used to be a buff in the top left, but it is no longer that. We'll pick up any like chrome items like that. We'll try to pick up every orb we can. Would be great to have a level up before the boss, but we probably won't. Maybe this blue pack will push us over. We're also already very overleveled. Very overleveled. Okay, we're not going to get it. Because there's no more monsters here. Alright. Oh, we can put on the helmet now. Nice. Alright, here comes the boss. Now, kind of similar, believe it or not, run around in a circle and it won't hit you. That's pretty much you've conquered the game already. Funny enough, this also works on endgame bosses very well. We can log out again. Again, if you have a lot of portals, you can portal out, but if you're going back to town anyway, logging out to character select is a good way to do it. Whenever you're doing this at league start, however, you could get caught in the queue if you hit the actual log out. Let's see. Now we'll look in our guide that it says we're going to be using skitter bots, which I think we have to buy. Yeah, so there's none of those that we want to use. We are wanting arcane cloak for later, so we can pick that up. And then we're going to buy skitter bots. Do I even get skitter bots? No, I don't. We don't get skitter bots at all. We can use Herald of Ash. It's one alteration, which we can afford. There, we'll just sell everything. And sell this.
Be well.
Alright, let's go back to the crossroads. Need some more side areas there. Now, let's turn on our first aura. So, Herald of Ash doesn't do like a crazy amount. It's, wait, does it do anything anymore? They just changed to this league, right? I just realized. I guess we would have been better off with like Herald of Thunder. This does nothing for me anymore. Okay, it used to. It used to do stuff. Just ignore that then. Dead to me now. I forgot they changed it. They changed it. Alright, we're gonna go to the broken bridge. I already got it and I don't have money for Thunder. Well, we don't really need a aura at this point. But basically what an aura does is it'll remove a percentage of your mana, so you can't use it, but give you a buff instead. Herald of Ash used to give like more fire damage, but it just doesn't anymore. Yeah, shield charge is great. These are ghosts. They will go touch monsters, but they will also go inside unique and rare enemies and buff them. And anything that they interact with, they will give more loot. We're not going to pick up elemental overload. So like now, I'll try to point it out, but now we'll see a crystal. We'll see a crystal. Whenever it's popped. We're going to kill Kraton. And then we'll get a lot more damage. If we crit. There, our Holy Flame Totem has the crystal now. So that has a lot more damage. And you don't need to place a new one after it has crit. The one you already have is fine. Let's see. There. Oh, I just realized. This is a good thing to teach people early. If you go to keybinds, like I've changed some things. Like I made my Q spacebar, but I made the button to the left of Z, to the right of Shift. I guess not every keyboard has that. But there's like a squiggly button there. And I made that use portal scroll. So you don't have to actually click portal scroll. So I've hotkeyed it.
What?
Right, I'm gonna switch to these boots because they have an open suffix for later. So we will be able to get resists on them.
Return if you must.
Now we're back to Crossroads again, a third time. Might as well kill some yellow beasts.
This one is captured.
Strapped mitts, greater mana potion. You do generally want to like try to keep up with upgrading your life flask in particular. Mana flask is sort of like as you need, but like your life flask you really want to try to upgrade. There's some side areas here that we can ignore. They've put like some like side boss that is insanely dangerous. That you need to like do 3 side areas and then it summons a endgame boss basically. Crazy. A lot of people died on that. At least are. This is the 3rd zone that we need to go through. This is a trial and a skill point in the next zone. So the rooms actually do something. Yeah, they bring you death. All right.
A house of faith, fallen to desecration.
Okay, so now we're in the cursed crypt. There are 2 things we need to go here. There is a trial in the top right or top left of the area. Another thing which is worth mentioning, you might be noticing that I'm running straight to the objective in every zone while the zone is randomized. That's because there are only like 36 zones, like 36 maps per zone. And I have 25,000 hours in the game, so I just know all of those zones. But you will get lost quite a lot as a new player, and you won't be necessarily going to the same place that I will. And that's not something I can like point out. But if you're wondering why you're getting lost and I'm not, that's just because I know all of those zones. So don't feel bad about it. It's just something that'll come with time. There. So here's our 2nd or 3rd Ascendancy trial. Now we're going to map packs. Map packs in my brain. Now we're gonna go find the stairs down. Right. Now our guide tells us to go down. We're gonna go for Ash, Frost, and Storm. You see we have quite a lot of ignite chance now, so it's really nice. I could have looted that. Lazy Zizaran. Picking up every wisdom you'll see. We can also sell like transmutes and stuff like that and some side currency for wisdoms if we really badly need it. And later you will, because later you'll have thousands of transmutes. But you do want to loot a lot of wisdoms in the campaign. Boxes and stuff can have a decent amount of wisdoms, but I usually don't bother looting them. Now, this is actually a scary boss. At the late game, he actually eats curses. We don't have those yet, but it's like a debuff you can put on enemies. He actually eats them and shoots you. Huge explosion. So, coincidentally, one of the scariest bosses in Path of Exile. Right, so we don't have anything crazy good on our gloves, so I will identify these because it's socket adjacent, right? They're both red-blue. Wouldn't be hard for me to swap. So if this had something good, it'd be easy to switch. I don't have a crazy helmet. I'm not using the socket, so I'm identifying the helmet. Same reasoning for the boots. Everything else I'm going to do like this. I will be identifying this. Reduce recovery rate. It probably still is more. So we will upgrade to that. That's fine.
Return if you must.
All right, we hand in the golden hand, get a skill point. We're moving down. Now you might see here that there's a basic jewel socket. We don't have any sockets right now, but the 1 pointers, you'll see that there's some here that will be 2 points if you're traveling here. They're generally worth it when it has 2 or 3 stats on a jewel. And well, I'll explain jewels when we get to them, but they're a rollable thing that goes in your skill tree. It's really cool. All right. 6 wisdom scrolls. We're not too bad. A little bad on lightning res. Would not mind more. But we will fix that before we get to the act boss. If you're already a returning player, you already have access to the crafting bench and you can start crafting on your gear. But I really want to simulate the new player experience so that I don't do things and new players are left confused because they don't have a hideout yet. Because for whatever reason you get that super late. It's a bit odd. We're level 21, and honestly, normally in this area, I am level 15, 16 when we're racing and stuff. So we are super overleveled, and that is why we're so powerful, because this build really, really gains a lot of power. But that's the experience you get as a new player. So it'll feel really good. This zone is really scary, especially with low fire resist. There are monsters in here that actually explode. They're like kamikaze soldiers. They light themselves on fire and boom. Now, let's see. Let's go back to the waypoint so we can show. When we're on the same side of the road, we'll find Lyra, and when we're on the opposite side of the road, we'll find the Spider Forest. And we'll also see this padded road will take us to where we want to go. So there's a lot of clues for how to go. Now, helping Lyra isn't a bad thing, but we are going to kill. Just to show how easy it is to resist cap and really teach a little bit of gearing early, because that's one of the hardest things to learn. Whereas helping Lyra is a bit of a clutch. You lose a skill point, you don't need it. You won't need it. This is a really, really good thing, especially since I'm on hardcore. And that is the fact that the flask is instant. So that lets me have that as a panic flask. So whenever I take damage, I can boom, hit mouse button, or not mouse button, hit 1 on the keyboard, and it's instantaneously giving me that healing. Obviously less than an overtime flask would, but in PoE you're very rarely dying slowly over time. So instant healing is the way to go. Here's another one of those crabs. It's pretty lucky even to get those crabs. I usually get some random currency beast. Whereas this is the unique beast. And here is a little boss that's going to give us a skill point where we have to go back to Act 1. So we can just log out. And then we'll go back to Act 1. Alright. Back to Act 1. And back to Act 2. Alright, we're about to start getting damage again. Let me just sell that. Very good! Now we gotta go back to the Western Forest, and now we gotta go on the opposite side of the waypoint. And there'll be some webbed trees, and that's how you know you're in the right area. We can kill the yellow beast here, because I actually do want to interact with the beast thing to show. Well, I'll only bother interacting with one of them, because I'm not going to use it even if it's good. Now, the beasts do also drop decent amounts of stuff, especially the red ones. New boots, maybe? No. So we're just looking for 15% movement speed and like 10 plus life. That would already be a big upgrade. Pick up the chrome item. And then in here, you just have to find like the transition room to the next area, and then we kill the boss. This boss is actually kind of sketchy.
Must have time to gather my will.
Won't be a problem for us because we're so strong. Boink. A little bit more risk, a little bit more ally damage. As you see, the boss like dies very quickly and then she phases. You can actually kill her before she phases. I just realized something. We should probably pick up a Firestorm from Act 1. And level that. I guess we don't need to because it will level with us, but I'm going to. So, might as well teach that. There.
I am no beast of burden.
Whatever. That can lie there. Oh, I didn't really plan to ID the... Like, we can never use this, right? So we just sell it for transmutes. Let's go back to Act 1, because I think we can pick up a Firestorm. I'm pretty sure Temple gets Firestorm.
Hello.
So, Merveil reward. Do I not get Firestorm for free? Okay, I have to buy it anyway. We can just buy a Firestorm. Now, this will level with us, but usually it'll be slightly higher. Do I really not get Firestorm? That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Really? That seems so unfair.
Goodbye.
It's 28 now? Oh, they changed it. Holy. Okay, even better. Ignore this entire last part. When did they change it? Is it that long since I've used Firestorm? It used to be level 12. Even better. The times they are changing. $312. Okay, I've definitely played it since then. I guess I just forgot. To be fair, it was like 7 years where it was level 12. I'll blame it on that. A scholar robe with red, blue, red. We're happy with our current chest, so we don't care. Here is a chance orb. So that is used on a white item, and it can turn a white item blue, yellow, or unique. So it actually has a chance to turn an item unique. Very low chance, but a chance nonetheless. So what we get by killing all the bandits instead of helping any of them is we get
Dare to speak for
a skill point.
There's the piece of your life around you.
We get a skill point. Now we're gonna run over here to the waypoint. We're gonna go to town because we need to pick up the apex.
There you I am sure. Fare you well. What?
Lyra doesn't give you cast speed. Now, scepters aren't bad, but we are just going to sell it. Because you can't use one wand and one scepter. There. Almost got like the last node for this part of the skill tree. Thank you, Apple. Right, now this is the most complicated zone, or second most complicated zone in Path of Exile. Very incredibly easy to get lost. Probably a lot of people watching hate this zone. Very rough zone. But it is a part of the game nonetheless. We are just gonna run straight there though. Right, so this is the thing you'll come across. It'll let you vol an item. Vol orbs will basically have a 25% chance to ruin your item. There's nothing really interesting we can use it on, to be honest. There's nothing we really care about using it on. We could throw a contempt on a ring and vol the ring and see if anything interesting happens. No, nothing. Could like re-roll it with 6 stats. Whoops, it's down. Let's see, and we get our last Ash, Frost, and Storm now. So if we click C right now and click on Rolling Magma, we can see that we have a chance to ignite 65%. And those chance orbs usually save them up until you get to maps, because you can, like in the endgame, buy useful things with them. So you want to save them. We click the Ancient Seal and we're on our very merry way. And now you see that we're igniting loads of things. We can shock things because we have lightning damage. We have no cold damage, so we can't freeze or chill. But we can with Frostbite. And clicking your skills here is very important. I've had people following my build guides and they'll be like, oh, I don't have a 100% chance to ignite, but they've actually been looking at their default tank. There's a little mini boss. And in this zone, we finally get a side zone where we can get our hideout. This is a ritual. We are not going to interact with that. It is very dangerous when you don't have chaos resistance. So we have fire, cold, and lightning damage from monsters, and obviously physical. But we have something called chaos as well. And the scary thing about it is it bypasses energy shield. And it's not always balanced properly. It depends where you're encountering it. Rituals are very imbalanced with it. So now we're looking for a side area here, which I barely enter, so I actually don't know the layout for that. I guess it is down. Is it down? Oh, I've already seen it. But we will go do that, because that is how you unlock a hideout, which is how we get access to the crafting bench. Now, once you already have it on future characters, you'll be able to use it far sooner, like at level 12. But you do need to do this to unlock it, and you're far beyond level 12 when you get it the first time. The only other thing that you only need to unlock once is the Scion character. Both of these you need to unlock once. So this is a diamond shrine, so now I have a 100% crit chance. So you'll see that every time I hit an enemy now, I get that elemental overload buff. But our firewall can't get that because he can't hit. It only degens the enemy. So a little bit of a difference there. So now we're looking for a side area in this side area. And then we're going to kill some monkeys, and once we've done that, we'll get a hideout. All right. This is where we're going. And now all we have to do is full clear this zone. Kill the 2 mini bosses that we almost one hit. And then boom, it'll come up with hideout unlocked. We can now go to town and talk to Helena. Let's see. Now, we have also found Grand Life Flasks. If you don't have an instant Life Flask and you have a lot of transmutes, throwing a transmute on, and like when it's like now, an augment is not a bad idea. Because it is really, really good to get an instant Life Flask. Now we're going to talk to Helena, and she will give you like create hideout as an option. I already have one, obviously. And you can like customize them, make them look cool. But in decorations, you'll have a crafting bench. So it's below my portrait. But it'll say like edit and then decorations. It's like a little triangle drop down. But here you'll have a crafting bench. You'll put that down and boom! These are all the crafts we have access to. So there are loads of really good things here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to look at our panel where we see the fire, cold, and lightning resist. We do have cold. We don't particularly have good rings. So we can keep them for now though. So now I'll look at like rare gear that has an open suffix by holding Alt, right? So our helmet has an open suffix. We have fire resist on it, but we can craft lightning resist. And this is where all the heaps of transmutes come in handy. Boom. Our boots, they have no res, so we can craft fire. Boom. Belt has no res, and craft lightning. And a really cool thing, notice that our rings that are white, well, you guessed it, you can craft on white gear. So boom. So even though we did not help Alira with the cost of 5 transmutation orbs, we're already resist capped before we've even finished Act 2. So this is a very good thing to learn early. This is why I've been telling you to pick up unidentified gear and sell it, because now we have that. We have another lesson we can teach as well. I don't think we're taking one. But here we have masteries. So the ones that are in its own wheel, not in the middle of the skill tree, they have mastery. So this is an extra thing where you get to choose an elemental mastery. I don't think we're taking any here. Honestly, we could take this. The inverted one is kind of cool because we're not lowering the enemy resists. So if something has 30% positive fire res or whatever, then it'll be 30% negative. Now we're going to click on the level 31 section of Path of Building, and we're going to continue. Now, we've run through the sun so much, so we're going to restart it, because I want to kill monsters as I'm moving along, because over-leveling is really good. That is a scary ghost. It'll make things explode when they die. It has gotten nerfed quite a lot, but it used to be incredibly scary. Ow. Okay, it's... Oh, actually, that's because of the Chaos Monsters that I previously mentioned. So, yeah, Ritual, very hateful. A lot of people block Ritual early on hardcore. Let's see. We do want a new mana potion here at some point soon. So we're going to pick up this Shaper. It gives you mana regen, and it also gives you life regen. Life regen will be very noticeable as well. It's very nice. Don't you get less XP when you're over level though? Doesn't matter. Does not matter. Being over leveled is always a good thing. Look how much damage we have now too. This build can't Uber. That is a lie. I literally killed 500 plus Ubers on hardcore last league. This is the single strongest build this league. It's between this and Lightning Strike Trickster. This is absolutely an Uber farmer. This is absolutely an Uber farmer. There's probably like 100 or 1,000 people in chat doing Ubers with this build. It is either the strongest build or the second strongest build of the entire league. So instead of saying this build can't do Ubers, maybe go like, hey, I'm struggling with Ubers. Do you have any pointers on how I can get better? That'll help you a lot more. I almost one-shot Uber Eater. Yeah, it's very strong. It is very strong. One thing that is a little scary on this build for hardcore specifically this league is that our early defenses this patch and by the Vexel got trounced. So I've been telling people to like use Grace instead of Wrath. Just because like we got such a huge nerf for every single build in early defense.
I must have time to gather my will.
Until you have like 100% of all your endgame defenses. I'll help you like tomorrow or something like this, because right now I'm doing this as a tutorial. So I can't go through and help you right now. Maybe Zone and check on though. If not, I'll help you tomorrow. Oh, I want to go back. I missed something. So I sometimes make a new account for this so I don't miss this. But I'm going to go back because I just remembered. So at the entrance to the caverns... No, I haven't missed it. They just moved it. Okay. They just moved it. Okay, I'll explain it when we're at the boss. There's definitely one at the boss. I forgot they moved it. Where'd they... Oh, it's outside now. So, you know, the game changes so much. They keep moving things. There's this secret room. Oh, I hate finding the secret room here. How do you find it? I genuinely don't know. It's a button somewhere. Is it in the bottom level? Two pedestals in front of a wall. Oh, it's in the bottom level. So I did miss that. Okay, that's annoying. Whatever. So at the bottom level here in the caverns, like before you go into the ancient pyramid, there's like a secret room. That's annoying. I don't like that. I'm not a big... I do like escape rooms, I guess. Let's use a ground mana Fossy instead. It's right there? Where? Wait. Is it close to me? No, it's not. It's not here. It is in the bottom row before you enter ancient pyramid. Okay, we'll go up to the boss. So, in this boss area, and now we are res capped, which is really good. The boss does lightning damage. Here, you can see that there are crafting recipes. Boom. And there is one in the first area, too. So this will unlock that for my crafting bench. So now, we can actually go craft spell damage on that. And we probably will. We're going to kill Wild Oversoul now. We are going to pick up our second keystone. 40% of damage taken from mana before life. So now it's nice that we don't have anything reserved on our mana. And then, I haven't needed to previously mention this before, but the first 5 seconds or 4 seconds of a boss being in combat, it has a large reduced damage taken. So if you've ever wondered why like the first few seconds of a fight go so slow and then the boss takes more damage, it is in fact taking more damage later on. And that's because we got to the point where we were one-shotting every boss as soon as it spawned. So they had like they added like a thing to make them die slower. If you want to sit here and wait for this to open, you should open up a movie called Lord of the Rings Extended Edition Trilogy. And you can probably get through most of it before it opens. They have made it faster, but it's still quite slow. Let's see, there's no 3 blue on like a decent base, and you might have noticed that there are different types of ones, armors, etc. There's a lot of different base types. I'm gonna go to my hideout and craft spell damage, because then we'll get even more damage. Which costs 4 alterations. Now this is quite expensive, but we can use this for a long time now. And we've been so good at picking up a lot of transmutes and ults. There's a recipe here. This is our movement speed. I don't even know what's in the secret area then. I thought it was movement speed. Here is our first rogue exile. Jonah the Unchained. So he's a little like mini boss that can appear. And they're basically like, well, we are in exile, so they're a rogue exile, so they are us. And in exile fashion, they drop a full set of gear. So on the ground it's lying. At least can obviously drop some other stuff that he's taken from others. But it'll be at least a boot, a glove, 2 rings, a 2-hander or a bow and a quiver, etc. So, like, literally a full gear set. Let's see, we'll identify the boots. So we're just looking for like 30 plus life or something and movement speed. It's one of the very specific ones you barely never use, right? Let's see. We can pick up this. It's a nice base type. It's got quite a lot more like evasion and energy shield than the one we're wearing, and our current chest is quite bad. So now we see if we have like a decent essence. I'll try to like explain my thought process. Here we have a quality gem. I can explain that in a sec, but we're gonna throw the hatred essence, so the old coat. It's got cold resist. It's pretty decent. I'm happy with switching to that, and it does have open suffix, so we can craft lightning rest or whatever we want later. And you will be losing resistances throughout the campaign in Act 5 and Act 10 to make it like harder to gear. If not, it would be very easy. This is one of the only things you need to talk to. If you don't talk to Clarissa here, she doesn't appear in town. All right. We can look at the gloves. No. We could go vendor right now, but I'm lazy, so I'm just going to continue. When are we switching to Ice Nova? So that needs something called a Transfigured Gem, so we'd be doing that quite late. We'd be doing that quite late, because that's actually something we need to farm. That could take a while, so that is a problem. I might, if I'm doing, I know some people want me to do like an endgame, like Act 9 to maps kind of thing. If I do that, I might consider farming a few hours off stream. Because I don't want to add 4 hours to the Everything Explained video of me running the same thing over and over again. Because that can be really, you can get really unlucky with that. So I just keep track of how long it takes. Right, we are now moving towards mana nodes, and that's because we are going to go a support gem called Archmage. And it basically turns our mana into damage, sort of. So it's a really cool way to build a character, because we get to use that for both defense and offense. Picked up a shrine, gives us some knockback and damage. The knockback can be annoying. If you don't like the shrine, you can always just right-click it to delete it. Why not just stream it and cut out the repetitive part? Because if I'm doing it Everything Explained, we can't edit these because they're 8-hour videos. So they take too long to render. It's the problem. That's why we have to upload these with breaks and stuff. Alright. We have another trial coming up here. Just be lucky. I mean, ideally we get it on the first try. That is a lot better.
I must have time to gather my will.
So here we have another trial. It's basically like the trial system just teaches you about what the lab is and how to avoid it. It was actually very scary when it first came out. Especially like the late game one. It's terrifying. Do piety and then I'll take a quick toilet break. Any more water? Yeah, we will have a gauntlet event this season.
There's your truth, heretic.
Alright, killing piety again?
Embrace.
So you do meet her quite a lot. Again and again and again. But we're a very strong build, so counter her pretty fast. I'll be right back real quick to skip it in the VOD. Come back. All right, we can vendor all of this.
Good luck.
Gotta keep our like economy up. Right now we are going to be taking conductivity, which is very confusing because we're a fire damage build, and we are even going to be using later a fire damage gem. So why are we taking conductivity? Well, that is because the Archmage support, it adds everything as lightning damage. So even though we are using a fire skill, we are going to be all about the lightning damage. All about the lightning damage. All right. Hopefully it's been pretty easy to follow along so far. I'm working on like a big like beginner guide that's like an hour as well with just loads of things covered. Obviously these will always be more in depth, but long. Then once we are 28, 31, 31. 31 we're doing a big change. 31's a big level for us. So if you think we have a lot of damage now, you're gonna be good. Gonna be good. In this zone, there's always 3 of those like floor things. There's 1 before the waypoint and 2 after every time. You have a jeweler. So you might have noticed that there are sockets on items. A jeweler can add or remove, like if it's less than 4. Socket and body armor and 200 weapons. They can have 6. Bows can have 6 as well. We're gonna ignore Blight. Can't see how we're gonna ignore. I'm gonna talk to her so she shuts up, but we will ignore explaining her right now. Yeah, because I'm not gonna ask you to like respawn this zone. Like you just, it's more of an endgame mechanic. They've just started putting endgame mechanics early on without really explaining them. It's more confusing in my opinion. But yeah, so like I said, body armors and 200 weapons can have up to 6 sockets and therefore 6 links. It's item level 50 to be 6 link and 6 socketed, sorry. And then Orb of Jeweler can like reroll the sockets. So like if I use it on this, they can only go to 3 is the max, because it's item level 25 for a 4 socket and 35 for a 5 socket. Wait, did I not click? No, I have all 3. So at the moment, we are able to start finding 4 sockets because it's over 25. All right. Pull up some yams. And we are level 28, so we can use Firestorm, but we don't really want to switch until 31. 31, we do the big switch. We are going to start taking the mana nodes, though. So increased mana cost. Oh, sorry, increased mana regeneration rate, but reduced mana cost of skills. If you're a returning player, it's because they changed the way Archmage works. So Archmage doesn't like giga make you consume mana anymore. Which is nice. That's why it's a lot more usable now. That didn't make a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah, Legion is pretty okay for their first explanation, but Blight isn't because you don't get enough oils unless you're spamming the zone. And Incursion as well. They're both kind of just like overwhelming league mechanics that aren't explained. So it's a bit odd. That's why I choose just to ignore them, because you don't want to overwhelm new players. It's already a very overwhelming game. And it's like, I've gotten a lot of feedback where people are saying like, it's really nice to just be told like, just worry about that later on a lot of things. So I'm doing that a lot. Where on earth is the side area? Thanks, Suji.
I must have
Hey,
time
it's not
to
there.
calm my will.
Just be over here. And if anyone in chat sees questions, like by Matthias, that I already previously explained, I super appreciate when people explain things that have already been explained. Right now, we're just trying to find the trial. What on earth is the top right then? So it can't be there. It must just be up here. Uh-oh. This is a freeze box? They're very, very scary. A good alternative to those early on can actually be just slugging out. A lot of people
I
do.
am no beast of burden.
Ah, here it is. So you don't have any freeze immunity this early. Boots we always want to identify because we're hoping for good ones. And you notice, like, as long as I'm not panicking, like, they do very little damage to me, the traps. There.
An emperor must bear two blades. Hope.
Here we go. We can go pick up our skill point and vendor just to clean our inventory a bit. You might notice I'm also kind of playing basically inventory found and not stashing a lot. So like, you really don't need stash tabs to start playing the game. You just need later once you realize the game is for you. So quality on gems, it's very simple. If you hold Alt, it'll literally tell you at the bottom of each gem what quality does. So for Fire Trap, not so much. That's something we can save for later. Because let's say that I found another few gems that had 14 quality. Once you sell up to a total of 40 quality between different gems, they'll give you a gem cutter prism, which will give 1 quality to a gem that you do like. I mean, so like for example, for rolling magma, it'll bounce twice more with 20 quality, and it'll be different depending on what gem, what it does. Now we're gonna check the vendor and see if there are any 4-links for sale. There should be some. There is a 4-link glove. This is perfect for us. Absolutely perfect. We can absolutely use that. We would love having 1 red, but this is huge for us. And we have an Essence of Greed, so we're actually going to throw that on it. So we get the 9 lightning res and 24 life. A little bit unlucky. And we can also, like, early put our... I don't want to put in there. Also, we can have conductivity somewhere. We're not really lightning yet, so we could take the lightning damage from our Holy Flame Totem and put it on there. So now I have the rolling magma with combustion, added lightning, and elemental proliferation. So a little bit of an upgrade there. We're mostly resist capped. A few points below res cap is kind of whatever, especially during the campaign early. Now we're getting Dreamer, and we are like a few levels away from getting Archmage. That's at 31. Right, so we have this trial. There's 2 more to get. No, 1 more to get. Just 1 more. There'll be a side quest here too that we're going to skip. It just gives you a belt? I don't even know. I don't think I've done that since 2013. So that's not important. Is there any difference to putting the active seal gem on weapon or in any other armor piece? No. Not unless it specifically tells you. Some items will have like socketed gems as a line. Level 29. We're almost at giga damage. Let's see. I think we are taking a mastery here. Reduced mana cost of skills. And then I think that's all the points we're supposed to have right now. No, we're going to be taking 2 more. We're going to be taking this for cast speed and some dexterity. There are other points we can take for dexterity as well, but this is basically 2 points, gives us some cast speed, and also gives us dex. But we do have a 30 dex node there we can take in a pinch. So we have some options. When was the last time you died during the campaign? I think I died once during the campaign this year. But before that, it's like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I died to Gravicius during and everything explained. Alright. Now we can just like portal out or leave here. That's the only thing we need from this zone. There's some like side quests that we're ignoring. I usually do everything explains on softcore now, but I want this character for later as a different character. That's why I'm doing it on hardcore. So I'll just transfer it to Trade League later. So you can migrate. So if you like want to try solo self-ad and you realize it's not for you, you can just migrate to the Trade League.
Something eternal remains in this
I did die against Uber Doder in Crucible. That was a bug though. That wasn't like a normal thing. That was hot fixed within 10 minutes of me dying from it. Alright. So in this zone, there's not much to do. We just need to find the next zone. There are 2 unique ribbons here. Again, you don't need to kill things. It's just, like I said, nice. This is a new life flask level. So since we have so many transmutes, it's nice to throw that on. And I was just hoping for either like freeze immune, corrupting blood immune. Obviously freeze is pretty self-explanatory. You're frozen and you don't want to be frozen. Bleed and corrupting blood are 2 different things. Corrupting blood is applied by some special monsters, both blue and yellow. And they will just give like this red thing that like starts stacking and give you loads of physical damage taken. Bleed is whenever you've been like cursed by vulnerability or something like that. And you'll take a lot more damage while moving, and it is an incredible amount of damage. So both of those are very scary. So having a bleed immune potion, even pretty early, is very useful. We definitely want that on hardcore early. On softcore, there's no penalty to dying in Path of Exile until like level 95 or something, basically. In after Act 5, you lose 5% of your XP when you die, and after Act 10, you lose 10% of your XP when you die, which, like, until high 90s is a very negligible amount. So it's very forgiving. Here we have Lady Diala. Do we care about ending? We probably do need Dex more than ending. Yeah, we'll take the Dex.
Cockroaches will come again. They want
Strength and Dex is what we're gonna need. This does have an open suffix to craft more resist.
Believe me, not a cockroach.
We grab the quest item and we're on our way. Oh, we already have a mana flask.
I must have time to gather my will.
All right. We're almost 31. I kind of remember if we need to do library on this build. I think maybe not. This is a divination card. You will never finish a set during the campaign, but the way it works is it's basically a item shard. So once I have 3 more Jack in the Box, it would give me a unique item. I was gonna do best here. I forgot about that.
I
Do that next time I have a
this
waypoint.
land, delivered to this task.
Here's Corvatius. We can kill him. He can be pretty tricky. Especially when he does like the Firestorm Rain. Especially if you're not 100% fire risk. Sorry, 75. Fire risk capped, I should say. But we are, and we have a lot of life, so quite easy. Checking boots again. Now, these are kind of nice. They do require 44 strength, which we don't currently have. We're 1 off. But they do have like really good life for the good resists. So since we can craft up to 15% movement speed for 3 augmentations with one of the recipes we got, which if you don't remember where we got that, that was at the start of City of Sarn, right outside the boss room. They would be kind of tempting to keep since we're not really using the sockets in my boot a lot. Like I'm very not socket dependent right now. It's a pretty easy build for that. So it's tempting. We're gonna take these to get a bunch of cast speed. Cast speed feels really, really good. It's not always like the best damage, but sometimes, especially if you're already one-shotting things and stuff, it can feel really good to take more cast speed rather than higher damage. You might notice that normal white monsters die very quickly. And a lot of people have specific characters for mapping and some for bossing. So like, you know, clear speed characters and boss characters. Instead of having a character that aims to do everything. Pretty scary side boss here that you can just run around by going here. Called Cole. It's like Brutus. He tried to hook me. He used to be very deadly back in the day. Back in my day. So I don't think we'll get 31. We might actually get to do the swap before Piety. I'm gonna go check best here real quick. I'm not gonna use whatever I get, but it's a worth thing to do as a new player because you can get so many cool uniques. Visit the menagerie. So we go back to Act 2, talk to Einar, and you need to have killed at least 4 yellow beasts and any red beast. So if I do this now, you can see that I can get a unique item. So I could get some cool rings. Get a tabula. Wanderlust. Like these would be really, really good. This is one of the better things I could have gotten. I'm not going to use that because I want to have like an RNG free run. But they are a unique item. So these like you can't craft on these at all. But they have cannot be frozen and 20% movement speed and mana regen rate. So it's like perfect for Archmage. But I got really tilted by like early guides in Path of Exile and current guides in RuneScape where people will say, yeah, this cool thing that I have, it's not needed. And then they proceed to do it with the best gear that's possibly available. It really bothered me. It's the one thing RuneScape creators do wrong.
So,
Other than that, their content's really good.
steps into damnation.
It's like, oh yeah, let me just use my fucking Bofa. We can totally use a magic bow though. Alright, just a dead end. And then eventually when we get some more strength, we can use those boots and craft on them. And there are like different tiers of craft, so eventually we'll be able to go even faster. Now we just need to navigate this little maze. We are almost level 31. We can go respec then. Colossal Manifest, that is an upgrade for us. I'll notice like we're one-shotting everything now. It's very nice. This is a very scary zone. They will like we call them titty bitches. They're tentacle miscreation things with like, well, their tits out. They will sort of like aim at you and then machine gun. So as long as you move after they've started firing, they can't hit you. Is he the old school Ziz we all heard about? No, I'm not Zizima. But I do get asked that a lot. I've talked to him when I was playing RuneScape. Alright. Got to ask, he never showed himself. Kind of what he would say. Alright. Yeah, I'll play more RuneScape. I love RuneScape. It is, you don't hide it. If you watched when I played RuneScape, I think it was very obvious that I was not a RuneScape player. Although I didn't die. Hardcore Grape Iron Man, by the way. Alright, let's see. What was the next skill point? Boom, we're getting more cast speeds, and that we've like from the last two levels had 10% cast speed, which is really nice. Let's see, we'll kill the blue monsters before Piety here. And oh yeah, Piety again, by the way. We're gonna fight Piety again. Never get rid of her. Alright. I am going to... I think we can switch to Archmage already.
Be careful.
Maybe we need to do the library. I'm not 100% sure. Right, we have Firestorm here for free from Marmoa. And we might have to do the library. We have to do the library. That's fine. We're okay with that. We can start leveling a Firestorm. We'll go kill Piety with our normal stuff. I mean, honestly, I guess we could start using Firestorm already. It doesn't go through the wall, but it should still be fine. I think. We'll try it.
Conviction drives you here.
But you'll see a big difference once we get Archmage.
Drive others to do in return.
Look at that big meteor. It will be a lot better with Archmage. It does look cool though. Gotta give it that. Where is she?
Damn you!
Damn me. Yeah, you don't want to tough it out. For sure. You definitely want to do library. Alright, there. Now we also get a skill point. Just vendoring all the random stuff. So easy, we have 9 transmutes, 9 alterations, and we have gotten a few new orbs that we're going to explain. We've gotten a Chaos Orb. This is the bread and butter of trading. There are 2 trading currencies that they're not really used as much for their own purpose as they are for trading. Chaos Orb is for like smaller trades, and this is like bread and butter. And then you have another one that we won't find during the campaign called Divine Orb, which is worth, on softcore, I think, roughly 200 Chaos Orbs. So those 2 are the 2 main things for trading. We do have a fusing as well. This is similar to a jeweler, where you can, like, for example, if I used it on my boots, it would link the green and the blue together. 150? Wow, okay, it's more expensive on hardcore than softcore. Usually isn't. Crazy. Right, let's look at the 55/Cruel Lab. We are going to be taking a bunch more points. We'll take the ones at the bottom first. We'll go here because they'll give us strength. We'll take these, and then we're going to take these. And then we're going to move up. Right, we're gonna go do library. Well, right now I'm not reading any chat most of the time because I am doing an everything explained video series, which is like a tutorial for new players. So I'm not reading too many chats right now. But usually, yeah. Firestorm is so cool. Watch this drop a mirror. Can't drop a mirror for another 5 levels. 35 and higher. 31 and higher? I don't even know. They're very rare. Okay, we got the waypoint. Now, there's a few things we're going to do. We're going to do the side area library to get the Archmage support gem, which is what our build is based up around. And we'll be using Firestorm for a long time. We're basically using that until we get a special gem. That's the one I talked about that I might try to get off stream because it can literally take 4 or 5 hours if you're unlucky. And that's why this build switches kind of late. Like, you can get through the entire campaign with this, which is what we're going to do. But the actual Ice Nova is a pain to get. You can just buy it. I usually farm it myself. I never buy them. Now we just gotta look for some levers.
Have time to gather my will.
Levers. Firestorm has like one big ball and then it's like pelting down with small missiles. Here's the loose candle or a lever. Secret. How do you farm them? You do the Labyrinth, which is, we are going to do Labyrinth shortly before Dominus to show how we ascend. But that's also how you get it. Now, ideally, we have streamer RNG. Hey, TTT, please listen. We have streamer RNG happen and we get it on our first lab now. That would be really crazy lucky. But we aren't expecting that. But what if we do get it? But we won. It's like 1 in 31 odds. So very low. That's what happened with me. Yeah, it's pretty rare though. Bet crats, that's awesome. It is a lot easier to get in the third lab because you have to do lab 4 times. And the third one is a lot easier. You see, already now, this might feel good. So you might be thinking like, wow, it gets better. Gets a lot better. Gets a lot better. Although we are one-hitting things already, so how much better do you really need it to be? Okay, we're gonna go back to the library. And then, do we get Archmage here? We do, Archmage support. And then now, we should have inspiration. I don't have the sockets for this, so we might have to get creative. Let's see. So right now we don't need combustion anymore because we're now going full lightning. We don't need auto lightning, but we might keep that. We don't need auto proliferation. We need lightning penetration. I don't think I can get intensify, can I? Oh, I can. Okay. We'll grab intensify then. So that's listed as the 5th support gem. Inspiration is listed as the 4th. But since I don't have a red right now, and I don't really want to recolor it. Honestly, it would be really nice to recolor it. Do I dare? It's such a scary decision. First, we should check the vendor. We should check the vendor first.
There you going.
And just see. No. Oh, we do have. We do have. Oh, perfect. I was going to try to recolor, but since we only have 8, it's scary if we run out. But here we actually have a chest. Do I have any currency. No, we're just gonna, I'm not gonna chance orb this. I'm just going to craft resist on it. But this is fine. So I'll explain what gems we're using here in a sec. Oh, we don't need flame wall anymore, I think. There, we sell our old chest.
How you doing?
But we want either 4 blue or 3 blue, 1 red. And gems are listed in order of priority. So I'm going to just set up my gem setup real quick and then explain everything I've done. So we're going back here. I'm buying a clarity. This will be somewhat leveled.
Farewell.
I don't need Holy Flame Totem anymore. Oh, we need to go back to the library. We're going to buy another one called Eternal Blessing. And then I think we have everything. Oh, we can buy a second Arcane Surge, actually. See, we're going to level this one now, the level 3. We're going to switch that out. More duration. We're going to buy a more duration support, which we can't use yet. And then we need Eternal. Oh, we don't get Eternal yet. What level is Eternal? Is it 38? 38. 38 we get Eternal Blessing, so it's in the next deck. So I am going to have Frostblink with a level 1 Arcane Surge. That means that anytime I Frostblink, we get Arcane Surge, so that's nice. I am going to have... we can have Clarity here for now. We can level up the Intensify. Well, we don't want that connected to the Clarity. Oh, it doesn't connect. So sometimes you can accidentally put a support gem, let's say Ink AoE, on Clarity, and that would connect, and it would increase the mana cost. Clarity, Vitality, and Precision are the only 3 auras that are flat reservation, not percentage based. We don't need Rolling Magma anymore. We don't need Holy Flame Totem anymore. Don't need Combustion, Elemental Proliferation. Keep Added Lightning. No, we don't really need it. Flame Wall we don't need. And here we have Arcane Cloak, and we want that with an Arcane Surge that we're going to be leveling. Now, when do I get the Automate thing? I don't think I have that already, right?
May reason preserve us.
Awesome. We might not want to use this yet. We'll see. We'll see how it feels with Automate. Actually, we can keep the Rolling Magma for Lab. That's a good point from chat. Just so that we have one. A blue gem. Let's see. Ice Nova. Now is a good time we can go back to Act 1 and we can buy some Ice Novas. Just so that we have some things to try to turn into the special Ice Nova we need later. So I'm just going to buy... I mean, ideally buy one that costs 1 wisdom. But something with a bunch of blues. And then we're going to buy Ice Novas. So I'm being a little wasteful. I'll buy 3. And then we'll be leveling those and trying to turn them into the special Ice Nova that we need. Making this clean guide only for it to get shot next patch. What's more for a lot for people this time as well, and people like them as background content. Right, we're gonna take Sanctity, that gives us the strength and int. And we could now do the boot switch. Let's go put movement speed on that because I have enough augments. Right. So I have a lot of things I need to explain now. Okay, boom. We now have 10% movement speed, 45 life, and lots of res. So they're really, really nice boots. I'll keep these just in case. But most of the time I would just vendor them. We can be leveling more duration here. Now, let's go over what we've done. So, some people saw that I was now in my weapon swap leveling gems. So I don't get any stats from my weapon swap, but there's no downside to leveling gems here. So at the endgame, you'll always see players leveling 6 gems, usually off their main gem, in their weapon swap, because there is a way you can get gems to level 21. So we are going to be leveling those 3 Ice Novas, because we are going to be trying to make a special gem out of it later. That would be for part 2 of this video. I have Automation, Arcane Surge, and Arcane Cloak, but I'm not 100% sure if I want to run it automated. I can either have it manually triggered, which the way that would work is I would have it on, let's say, W, and whenever I want a big damage burst, I hit that, and that gives me 3 seconds of Arcane Cloak, where I'll get a large damage bonus of lightning damage, plus some defense. So it's really, really good. With automation, it'll just be triggering every time its cooldown is over, which is every 5 seconds, but it could feel bad with mana. So that's the downside there. So that's more of a use as you see fit. We have conductivity. I have curses on T, and you'll notice I'm trying to make sure always attack without moving is on everything. The only gem in the game they don't want that on is dash. Other than that, we don't need anything else. We have our aura on, and we just have to decide whether we want automation on or not. So we only have 3 buttons now. So very, very nice. And we are now going to find the last trial, and we are going to ascend. But now we are one-shotting pretty much everything. Doing a lot of damage now. So we want to keep the level 1 at level 1, and we can level up the other one. Because when we're using that with automation, that'll just get triggered a lot for a higher level Arcane Surge. And Arcane Surge is still useful at level 1, but it does do a lot more at higher levels. You see, we have pretty high mana regen too. It doesn't feel too bad to have it automated. What I like doing sometimes is putting Arcane Cloak on mouse button 1. Still makes it act like a move only, but what it does is I can keep track of the cooldown a little bit. Did I do the piety skill points? Slash passives. Piety's pets, we do have it. Let's see, there's the skill or recipe over here. Almost at skill point. There, and now we can log out and we can go back to town and we are going to ascend. Ascend. Same time as last time we showed with slash passives. You just enter slash passives.
Stand before the gates of the Lord's Labyrinth. Within these walls, the goddess is watching.
Now, especially the early lab is very easy. You just go to the top bit. But there is a website called poelab.com where there's a guy that runs lab every day right after midnight and updates the website. And so you see the layout. It also shows like what weapon Izaro has and stuff like that. And it'll tell you on entry if you're missing any trial, which you might be. You might have forgotten to do one of the ones we just did. But if you're following along, you should have everything. Yeah, we're going to be leveling everything here. And at level 38, we're going to have something called Eternal Blessing, which since we're only reserving 1 aura, it'll be free. We'll be switching that around a little bit later. We'll be switching that around a little bit.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
Let's see.
Some things that slumber
Could also
never be
decide to run Wraith. Since I'm on hardcore. But you shouldn't be. You should be on softcore. So this is a big mace attack. This is the easiest one to like avoid. Very similar, like you see that I'm running around in circles. You see he's firing a green beam at these. If we take these out, he'll be weaker. And if we don't, he'll be stronger. They have very high damage resistance when he doesn't fire the green beam at them. And generally for single targets, we want to use T for the curse before attacking. And it lasts quite a while. I don't see how long.
to the occasion.
Quite a while.
The loyal must be avenged.
You see we have a really good boss damage. And it'll just get a lot better.
Inexhaustible.
Let's see, how long does it last?
Here the
8
Emperor
seconds.
sits alone on his throne.
Now, you don't really need to worry much about the side areas and like boxes and stuff in lab. You just need to run through and kill him 3 times. Even if you're on softcore, if you die, then you have to do it all over again. So this is medium core content,
I must have time to gather my will.
because you can't just respawn and continue.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt
All
is
right.
one defiles the effigy, one defiles the emperor.
So this is another thing, and these are random, like what the room will have. So this is like a thing that I click and it doesn't buff him.
No impasse.
And if they're all up, he gets loads of physical damage that's extra elemental. It makes him really scary. So now we'll click those, and ideally we want to have both of them clicked before we take him to the next phase.
By the goddess.
So now he only has one buff. You can see that one went down with him. And that'll be in the final stage of the lab.
Upon the winter stone.
And then once we do the final stage, we will get our subclass, which is going to be a Hierophant. Very hairy. Loads and loads of traps. They do very little in the first iteration of the lab. They do get a lot harder in what we call Cruel and Merciless Lab. They're pretty dangerous. So don't feel too bad if you die. We're a very tanky build too. Already we have basically 1,000 life. This is not where we're going, so it's over here. Really? Really? Alright. Either way, it's here. Cast speed also just feels really good in general, especially late game of this build. You want a lot of cast speed. Do feel bad if you die in the last fight and have to run lab again. That's true. You will feel bad. It should be pretty easy with this build. It's a very, very strong build. You see that even the fire damage does very little because we are res capped 75, 75, 75. 102 really. You notice as well, even though it says 102, we were obviously not immune to lightning damage. That is, like I said, just the over-capped resistance. Yeah, any death in hardcore perma-rips your character.
Promising. An emperor must keep a throne is the most devious trap.
Alright, we're gonna take this. So now, the more mana we have available, the more damage we do. Which is really good because that's also giving us defense because we have that 40% of damage taken from mana before life.
The trap of tyranny is inescapable.
Pick up some rares. We have a key that we can use on the box. And I always go and I click the Ultra of Ascendancy first, and now, boom, Hierophant. And we're going to take Conviction of Power. So this is our subclass, and this is like listed in the path of building too, which one you take first. And this gives us 4 endurance charges is what we care about here. We don't care that much about the power charges, but they are beneficial. But the endurance charges, they will increase the physical and elemental damage reduction of our character, making us a lot tankier. Now we're going to throw Rolling Magma in here because the gem that we're looking for later is blue. Oh, I thought that said Nova. We didn't get anything good here. Untradely, like some of these might be worth something. Like maybe people are playing Summon Raging Spirits. We are leveling Ice Novas in our offhand that we'll be able to use later. So I'll just, boom, make that an enormity. But you don't have to take one. So every endurance charge is 4% physical mitigation and 4% elemental. 4% physical and elemental. We'll identify the helmet in case it's a good one, but we're just gonna vendor everything. We're a little bit low on transmutes right now.
Nice, eh?
All right. Now we just need to go to the next zone. So now, like, the crit from the power charges will help us a little bit. Like, power charges are critical strike chance. And that's because we are elemental overload. So if we look at our firestorm right now, we can see that our crit chance is 20%. So you'll see that the diamond is up quite a lot when you're running around. There. Hi, Ventura. Hey, dude.
Every stone placed for the glory of God.
But yeah, we have plenty of damage right now. I would love more cast speed just because cast speed feels good. Hecking love cast speed. Thanks. It is. Archmage always feels good. Let's see. Is there anything we haven't explained this early now that we should be explaining? I feel like we've done pretty good covering most things. I might have remembered everything this time. Where is the next area? Top right, I guess. Should you run lab at a higher level to level up your gems or just buy gem cutter prisms? So gem cutter prisms don't increase the quality, not your level of the gem. But you can level up gems in lab too. It has an XP boost. How do you get stun immune on this build? I don't think you do. I think you get there's a endgame jewel you can buy. Don't really get stun immune easily on this. So we did talk about quality on gems, but gear can get quality as well. So that we can use armor scraps or blacksmith whetstones to get quality on a weapon, which would be good for a melee character. It doesn't do anything for us at all. So don't worry about weapon quality on this build. But armor quality is good because it'll give you higher armor, evasion, energy shield. But it'll also make it easier to link items. So if an item is 20 quality, it's a lot easier to link than a 0 quality item. So it's very, very important later on when you're trying to 5 or 6 link something that you have 20 quality before using jewelers and fusings on it. We're soon coming up against the Scion. Oh, I guess we already did. Scion's back there. We can't explain inspiration yet. So one of the main reasons we're using inspiration right now is that its supported skills have 25% less mana cost. So it's easier for us to run because we are starting to get decent mana cost. And these charges are more elemental damage. Archmage, the way it works is the more mana we have, the more damage we do. It specifically is lightning damage. So if we hover over the gem, even though it's a fire gem, already we have very similar lightning damage to fire, and we've just started scaling it. And then we have lightning penetration because we are going to be having pretty much 90-95% lightning damage.
Now let's see what God has to say.
That's why we're using conductivity. Could technically use elemental weakness at this point since it's 50-50, but it will very quickly become a lot more lightning than fire. Just gotta kill some mini bosses here.
Have you ever seen the true face of God?
I haven't.
The light of divinity!
So he has that big slam that's very scary. Other than that, he's pretty harmless. Especially since we're resist capped. It's so easy to resist capped on this build. Alright. Now, this guy, this part is pretty scary. Bleed immune is really good here. Or staying inside because he has Blood Rain. Which if you run outside the yellow circle he spawns, you'll die pretty fast. And you'll see you'll get corrupting Blood Rain. So you want to stay inside these. And then obviously it goes down sometimes.
By exiling me, you were my
Let me just run. And again, notice that we have not like accepted quests or talked to NPCs. We're just ignoring them. We just like, we don't really like NPCs. They're whatever to us. We're beyond them. So we're the very, very few people that are worth talking to in my class. We're very rude people. We're very rude. Thump. But my lore, Path of Exile has actually great lore in the form of short stories. It's really good. Colossal Life Flask. I probably won't bother with a new Life Flask until... do I need that? Until we are 42. That's when I'll care now. It's a pretty good Life Flask. You have 42 and then not another one until 60. As you can see, we do plenty of damage. Everything's dying quite quickly. We're pretty tanky.
the corrupt shall fall.
Let's see. Did we get... Now we get another like, big damage upgrade. I don't know if it shows in the tooltip. Average damage 305. 378 from one node. So you'll probably start seeing very quickly how fast this is going to scale. We went from 300 to 378 very quickly. Unless that was with... Maybe that was just the Archmage that procced. Maybe it just went up 20 or 30. But it is going to scale incredibly fast. Incredibly fast. This is like one of the best feeling builds early. We don't need a Basalt Flask. Not going to use that. Now, since I'm hardcore, I kind of want to go and get a Grace. It might be a bit of a pain for me to have enough dexterity to level that. But since our early defense got so violenced, that can be really good. So I'm going to consider that. Yeah, let's go get a Grace. I'll keep this 4-link boot in case I get an alchemy or something to throw on it. Let's go buy a Grace. You know, you definitely have totems in PoE too.
Let's speak again soon.
Why does Archmage go Evasion over Armor? So the build that we're playing, at the endgame, it gets a large amount of raw HP. We'll basically have like 20,000 raw HP, which most builds don't get that much raw. And then it's very, very strong to not get hit repeatedly, which is why we go for evasion. Because if we're doing like mitigation, we don't really have a good way to recover quickly. But with evasion, we're not going to get hit twice in a row. So we want to focus on not getting one shot and like being able to tank 2 or 3 hits, but not getting hit very often and allowing for our recovery. Same with my Lightning Strike Trickster. It's why I didn't go for the Aegis build. I just went for 20,000 energy shield, and then we have loads of evasion. We barely ever get hit, and we have Ghost Dance as a recovery thing. So it's like just a different way to look at it. I have 3,540 HP. How do I get to 20k? So in this build, we get loads of energy shield, loads of life, and loads of mana, and that's all part of our raw HP. So on mine, I had like 4,000. I had like 4,000 life, 16,000 mana, and like 5,000 energy shield when I played this last. Here's like a little mini boss. Pretty easy. Hey, we get a ring, we get a silver flask. That would be really good to use. I'm not going to use it because it's very rare to drop one this early. I wouldn't use it with this roll. I wouldn't want less duration on it. But that is a very good item to get this early.
Yes.
There, gonna vendor
Oh,
these.
were you on yours
I
too?
don't use Swellin. Not bad though. Definitely looks very good. I want to look at new weapons because we don't really have good ones right now. So percentage spell damage would be pretty good for us. This is 3 blue. This is 2 blue, 1 green. So I want to buy these bases. And then hopefully we'll get some alchemies or something good to use on those. We'll keep those. I'm keeping a lookout for that. I'm going to bathroom real quick. BRB. Good night. Alright, let's continue. So we got the quest item, Deshret's banner to break Deshret's seal. Here we encounter Nico, who is one of the masters. He's the master of Delve, which is like underground side content area. I'm not going to do or cover that in this, but it is still worth clicking on the voltaxic sulfide veins, which is the fuel you need to do Delve. And honestly, it's pretty self-explanatory anyway. You can just sort of go down there and play around with it. But clicking those sulfide veins can give you a divination card that gives you 10 alterations. So that is really nice to hit early during the campaign. Because we will use a lot of alterations. Thousands, actually. Kill this guy and grab the recipe. Now, why don't we use both Clarity and the Grace Aura? And that's because we're going to be using Eternal Blessing. And Eternal Blessing only lets you use one at a time unless you use the other one on your life, which you can do. I've seen some people do Clarity on life. and then Grace on Eternal Blessing. It's definitely an option. Eternal Blessing is really good for us because we want to keep our mana free, so that we have that ready to protect our life. There's another Sulfide Vein.
I must have time to fathom my
This guy is a tanky boy. Pick up some gloves. Now that I'm starting to go a little bit faster, I'm probably going to be focusing mostly on like keeping smaller items. Like the Jade Chopper is like a 2x4. So I'm trying not to like loot every single item. When you're new, you probably will loot every single item. It's a very normal. When I was a new player, I remember I had like a tab for red gems, a tab for green gems, a tab for blue gems, a tab for belts that I found, and stuff like that. And I would like hoard and pick up every single thing. It's very normal when you're new because you don't really know what to get rid of.
No soul should suffer as you have, Deshret.
Okay, we did like the side quest there. That gives us a skill point. Don't need to kill Void Scream. If you don't find him, it's whatever. It's just no reason to kill him. It's just they die so fast. So if I see a unique, I probably will. Oh, whoops. Let's see. I think next on the POB, we're going to be moving down. There's some life nodes here and dynamo. And we do want those like mana nodes. They're really good. It's another mastery too, I think we can pick up. Oh. A little bit scary clicking blue boxes because they could have freeze, and freeze could easily kill me.
Brink of cataclysm.
Killed another exile there, but we didn't get anything particular. Like, I'm not going to care much about upgrading my life flask right now, but if I identify an instant one, I would use that. I don't really want to get rid of my corrupting blood immunity. I can get that as a third one, because that down I had ignite removal, and I'm not very scared about dying to ignite. Pretty easily countered by just using a flask. And again, control click to instantaneously assign skill points if you didn't catch the first time. Flibbity, thank you for subbing on YouTube, and Defin, thank you. And Stackboat as well, and Defin. Appreciate it. All right. We are in the Crystal Veins. We can go to town and pick up a skill point. Also might have crazy good boots here. We did not. No good gloves either. We got the skill point. You might have seen that we're getting passive respec points for free as well. We can respec through gold in this patch, and we can also respec through regrets. Yanka. So now we're gonna go Dareso's Dream first, and then we do Combs after. So we have to do 2 side areas, fight some bosses, and then fight more bosses. See, our regen is really good. We don't even need to use our mana flask that much. We will need to use it when we're taking damage. And like, depending on what league is playing when you're watching this, like sometimes there will be league mechanics that are really beneficial. This one's kind of like whatever to engage with early. It's good to like upgrade some stuff, I guess. I guess clicking the mines isn't too bad to get some resources. So you can upgrade and stuff. I don't want to like take too much time to explain the league mechanic at the moment. Takes a long time. That's the problem. And it's just like, it's just gonna be extra stuff that'll make you even more powerful. So definitely worth thinking about. Crazy how unlucky I've been on like alchemies. Need more essences too. So now one of the biggest stats that we're looking at on gear now is actually mana. So what's normally not like a super important damage stat, because we're Archmage, has become a damage stat now. So we are looking for mana. You see how much damage we have, like even like unique bosses are just getting shredded. Sacred Mana Flask, might as well. We'll pick up Dynamo. Riveted Boots. I mean, it'd be tempting to throw Essence on if we had a bunch, but we're kinda poor right now. So this is a little mini boss before the other mini bosses. There's a lot of mini bosses. Pick that up. I mean, we'll go town after this so we can pick it all up. Now, if you're out of mana, you're in big danger, because that is such a big part of your health pool. So always be careful. And now that we're scaling damage like this, the level of our Firestorm is not as important as it was originally. Before, we were getting roughly 15% more damage per level, whereas now a lot of our damage is going to be scaling off mana, and we're getting less per level. We are still getting a decent amount of base fire damage, but since fire damage is becoming a smaller and smaller part, ooh, hello, of our damage, it's less important. Ooh. Okay.
Go where you are.
We do kind of want to try to fit that. Right, we can easily fit in the helmet. Has an open suffix for resist, but loads of life. We can keep that if we get desperate for sockets later. And we're just leveling the more duration right now, because that's one of our endgame games. Gems. Now we are using the sockets in our glove. Not necessarily, doesn't need to be specifically there, but we do need more sockets in this. And I do have a jeweler. So we throw that on and we have for at least like 3. And since they're not like something I need to be linked together, we can actually use it without linking it. And now we have a lot more life. We'll keep these in case we want new boots. Then we'll sell this. We can sell this as well. And now we gotta go back to our hideout, which I have bound to Shift H on a macro. But you can just either go to the waypoint and you can also write /hideout. There's a lot of commands like that. And we're gonna craft a fire resistance. There, that's all we need. 83, 83, 92. And we can easily craft more resist on our chest, on our amulet and helmet. So if we ever lose more, it's easy to fix that. It's the strongest or second strongest build this league, Crichton. That's what we're doing a beginner guide for here. Let's see. Since we unsocketed the clarity, it unactivated, so I had to activate it again. Now we're just gonna go mostly to the left in this area. The strongest one is either this or a lightning strike trickster. Alright, here we have a little like trial of mini bosses. They scream when they die. Another Quicksilver. This is a blue Quicksilver, so we could like roll something on it. No, I don't want to increase effect. Maximum charges and reduced shock effect. Why not? It's better than what we have. I just, like, I don't want something that makes it last shorter. Because that's annoying. I'm using a basic never sink fluid filter right now.
A king of swords is nothing if he cannot defend his.
I'm gonna put a portal here in case you need. Toreso can be kind of scary. He's predominantly cold damage. Believe it or not, running around in circle takes him out. He's also like a very easy boss to face. You see like the curse being above him. It's like floating. Okay, put our unique item here. We're just gonna vendor it. Now, uniques you do want to identify before vendoring so that they give alchemy shards. These are pretty good boots. They have res, 15 move speed, 57 life. So let's see if we can handle the res loss. We can. We just need to craft new fire resist on our new boots, but they're faster, more life. That's like the number one thing I focus on during the campaign. There. That is what we focus on. Staying res capped, more life. And full resists. And obviously movement speed is nice.
The air here burns with wrath.
And you might notice that the density of like monsters is going up. Like there will be more and more monsters. At the end game, we're just blasting entire screens of monsters. I've seen Path of Exile 2, that'll be different. And if you aren't familiar with Path of Exile 2, it's coming out 15th of November for early access. And any stash tabs and cosmetic you buy in PoE 1, you will also get in PoE 2 free of charge, as long as they exist in PoE 2. Let's say that you buy a druid shapeshifting thing in PoE 2, they can't give you that in PoE 1 because it doesn't exist. Although I did suggest to them if we get like a shape change form like Polar Bear, have that as a pet in PoE 1. But any stash tabs and anything like that you will get. It is very, very cool of them. Very good damage already. We're now level 38. This gives us our Eternal Blessing, which we can either think about doing Grace if we need more defense later on, or we can do our Clarity. I think we actually need to kill a comb before we get to buy Eternal Blessing, though. Another recipe for 2 to 4 socket linked items. If you don't wanna chance it by using the Orb of Fusing, you can actually you can use 5 fusings and the crafting bench to guarantee it. Because you could use 8 and not hit it, but you could also hit 1. Depends how much you like gambling. Ah. Yeah, we'll do a gauntlet. Probably announce the date today on Twitter and stream. Little crit shrine that'll keep the elemental overload up. It's a big part of our damage. It means that we don't have to invest into crit. Crit is generally really good. Just depends. You can only invest into so many things. So if you have to invest into crit, mana, it's really, really hard to do. Not impossible though. Such a big meteor. Yeah, Ball Lightning is worse than Ice Nova, but like comfier to play. So you get a worse build, but it's easier. I also think the Kitava's Thirst version is like so nice, so that's very easy to play. Alright. Let's see. Is there anything we want as an early mastery? I think maybe we don't need one right now. We'll just go for the life point. Get a bunch of life.
Another head for my belt.
Ow. Calm down. Easy peasy. And we'll just loot everything. Also going to show you something real quick. So if you ever run out of key bindings, not that you will on this, but we do have a second bar that you can allocate things to. I usually put my auras there. And I usually also have mouse button 5 as my movement ability. Mouse button 5 or space. Those are really good boots. They're even better than the ones we have. But they have cold res. They're a little tricky. They're a little trickier to fit. I'll keep them for now. Just identify everything else.
What is it?
Although I'm running low on transmutes because I've been IDing a lot.
I'm watching you.
We also don't have... Yeah. We don't have alchemies. I really want new weapons. Not that we're low on damage, but we can get a lot higher. Right, we've handed the quest. I'm actually going to go to town and get my Eternal Blessing. We don't really need to be leveling this. We're kind of out. Well, I can get a red gem here, I think. Perfect. Then I can level it here. And then, don't know if we get it for free. Fist of War. No. We do need an Arcanist brand very, very later in the build, so we might as well pick that up.
Yes.
We're gonna go buy Blessing. Oh wait, I can't. It costs an alchemy. So we're 3 alchemy shards off. That's sad. And we already want an alchemy to like use on something, so. Alright, we gotta sell more things. It's basically rare stats on rare gear or any stat on a unique can give alchemies.
This is not creation.
Oh, we can go sell the Wanderlust.
Perversion.
That we can do. These monsters are very scary. I usually don't mention particular monster types, but the Revenants, even though they've been nerfed, what they do is they summon a bunch of skeletons and zombies, etc. And then those corpses, they will actually detonate and they'll do quite a large amount of damage. They've been nerfed 8 times. I think they're finally at a place where they're kind of decent. But especially early, they're still a bit scary. So they've been nerfed a lot. They've... The #1 thing I've died to by far, and it's not even close. It's not even close. Oh, nice cuts. Reflect? Well, so comparatively, I've died 3 or 4 times to Reflect, and I've died over 20, 25 times to Revenants. So in 25,000 hours, I have 3 or 4 deaths to Reflect. 25,000 hours, and that many to Revenants. Volatiles? Maybe like 10, 15. This is very scary. Very, very scary. Alright, boom. Constitution. Really nice. And there's a really good mastery we can take as well on the life node. It is 15% increased life if you do not have life on your chest. So the way that works is basically if you do find a chest that has life on it later on, you just unspec it, And when you don't have one, you have it spec'd. It's pretty simple. And obviously, I think the fact that we're still using our like, ooh, that was scary. Really one crazy minty. We're still using our like weapons from Act 1, so that shows you a little bit about how good the damage is. Let's see if I can get Freeze Immune. Oh, nice. Okay, very good. That makes me a lot safer. Freeze is very scary. Wasn't gonna bother with the flask until 42.
You see, heretic, my god takes good care of me.
Life tag, not life, can be confusing. That's true. I'll explain that better after Piety. She's pretty scary. She has a big beam that she'll fire. You can just blink past it, or you can run around close to her. But you really don't want to get hit by it. It does a lot of damage. Obviously, we have so much damage that the fight isn't very long. But yeah, she's scary.
I may have misjudged that.
Now, when you hold, like for example, life regen would also have the life tags. When you're holding alt, you can see things are tagged like defense, evasion, mana, life, etc.
It was
Really good shield for a minion summoner. Lots of life, minion damage.
Piety, my god. I am sure you will reveal your purpose.
No, you wouldn't use Purity of Elements. Maybe Grace. Definitely not Purity of Elements. Grab the waypoint, then we're gonna kill Piety and Wildcard. The last time we see Piety. Actually, this time. Well, I guess in maps. So, Dodri here is a little bit scary. The curse is on the ground. Like, the green one is temporal. No, it's enfeeble. The purple one is temporal chains. And the red one is vulnerability because you're going to get bled. And if you curse Dodri, she will eat the curse and gain 25% of her physical damage as extra chaos. So, she's actually very scary, very easy to die to. The other mini-bosses are quite fine. No, it doesn't stack. But she can eat multiple, but... So like, if she eats it and you curse her, then you can keep that curse on a little bit. But a lot of people just avoid cursing Dodri because she can one-shot.
Dissection time.
He's pretty easy, you just want to not stand in the purple explosion.
You're the greatest form.
Your god-given talents were wasted, my Gareth.
We have one more mini-boss to kill. We really should see about getting our Eternal Blessing. Maybe we have something we can sell for Elk Shards. Hopefully the Wanderlust gives 3.
You will make such lovely material. Beauty shall such lovely.
There. Alright.
Imprisoned by your own.
Let's sell some stuff. What the first armor scrap I have? Alright. It gives 2.
You will be remembered.
Alright, let's start selling some other stuff.
I'm watching you. Go where you are needed.
Surely something.
May fear
Bruh.
guide you. You will be remembered.
I don't have a regret either. Alright. We are not getting our eternal blessing right away, I guess.
So tell
Unlucky. Alright, we'll kill.
Admiring you in this moment, Templar. You and I, who
We can see that our grace is already at max level for what we can because we don't have enough dex. So that is a bit of a downside. We would have to take a 30 dex node to be able to level it more. Might be too lazy to do that. I should be okay without it. But grace is really nice. It's an aura that gives us a ton of evasion. Is this the hardest game mode? No, that would be Ruthless. It's a very slow game mode. A lot more tedium. What's making him have endurance and power charges? Being a Hierophant. Our Ascendancy.
let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
You can level in Blood Aqueduct until like level 72, 73, but after that you need to go to maps.
Nightmare is the true eternal.
You see that the boss dies pretty fast. The only thing you really want to avoid is that slam where he goes underground and then channels on top of you for like a few seconds.
Accept the gift.
It's the only thing he really does that can do any damage to us. We have that nice energy shield buffer as well.
Eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
And later we will actually recover that energy shield buffer. Alright, he's dead. A bunch of loot. We're gonna loot as much as we can. See if we can loot all of it actually. And then probably identify everything.
You fought against death your whole life.
Not a bad chest, but obviously we can't really remove ours. But we're hoping for something to sell for alchemy shards. Selling for an AUG. Nothing sells for alchemy shards. No good rings.
May fear guide you.
That's crazy unlucky.
No love for Diaz.
Yeah, this will be on YouTube. Alright, well, we'll find another alchemy shard, surely. We just need another unique. To be fair, I do have another beast we could fight. And that'll give me a unique. We're level 40. Very rare not to have an alchemy by now, though. This is being a nice guy and not using the streamer client. I'm a saint. Yeah, I think we will continue this tomorrow too, and then probably take it to like white yellow map somewhere. And show that. 'Cause people keep requesting it so much, so I'll see it. I'll do it tomorrow.
I must have time.
You found a fourling in Act 3 shop? That is very normal. Alright, let's go to the menagerie. Oh yeah, we'll take the 15% life now.
Judgment for
Almost 1337 life. Yeah, just go to YouTube and search Zizaran Archmage. Item. There, we're just getting this to vendor for alchemy shards. Because every unique vendors for alchemy shards.
Is complete.
There, 7. Now we have an alchemy and I can buy Eternal Blessing. A blessing. So now we can put that with our clarity. And we get free clarity. More unreserved mana. Which is very good. Hey, Sugar. So now you have to try to keep track on that it is on. It will show in the top left. But it can be kind of annoying. You can also put it to mouse button 1. To keep track of it being on there, because it will never turn it off there. But yeah, and it won't turn off when you die either. It'll just be when you're switching gear that it'll turn off. So many blues. Another fusing, that's good. It's a little mazy in the slave pen, so if you get stuck here in full clear, obviously, hopefully you've gotten used to that by now. A lot of the zones can be very confusing. And always remember to leveling up every gem we can. The only one we want is 1 arcane surge with our movement ability not leveled.
And thank you.
Right. Since we already have cold rest rings, we might as well just pick up a cold rest ring. Wow. A little bit unlucky that it doesn't have, that's crazy good. Open suffix would have been good, but that's just a huge upgrade for us. Lots of life. Well, I don't usually use many chromes while leveling, so I don't care too much about picking up every chrome item. It is good to have, though. But yeah, I don't pick up everything. Did that have dex on it? Ah. Now, a thing that could happen now, let's say that I was switching out this ring. Currently, I'm leveling the Grace, even though I'm not using it, I'm leveling it in like my main sockets. So if I take off the ring now, I'm not able to like continue playing because I don't have enough tanks. So try to keep an idea on like sometimes when it says that you don't have the required stats to use something, if it's something that you're not using anyway or something that's not important that is leveled up, you can actually just get rid of it. Like for example, Flame Dash, Blood Rage, and Aura you're not using might give you issues with switching gear, but might not actually be important. So keeping an eye out for that can save you a lot of heartache instead of like needing points to fix it and stuff. Let's see. Right, now we're gonna be going, ooh. Gotta be careful. We've got all the points here. We're gonna go up here. I think I've explained everything so far. Oh, it's so hard. What's that little sick? I'm not quite sure what I have. I just did a COVID test and I don't have that, so that's good at least. But I feel like I have something. Just a little like worn down. Maybe just like I don't know, it doesn't feel like a cold either. Maybe just like being on a plane. Ligma, it could be Ligma. Right, we have the Mias meter. We can hand that in town for a skill point.
Only to find chaos and blood.
Plane sickness is real. Yeah, I always feel a bit weird after flying. But it was like a 2-hour flight. So it's like... maybe just recuperation after big crowds. True. It could be that. I just feel a little like... out of sorts. Almost like hung over. or like the early stages before you're sick. But I feel fine, especially after I've woken up a bit, so. Let's see, is there anything else that we need to explain right now? I think we're like trying to stay pretty high on top of all the basic stuff. We can do like a little overview of the character so far, so people are sure they haven't missed anything. This build is very good for tier 17s, yeah. This build, it's either this build is the strongest this league or Lightning Strike. Let's see, we can pick up the leather belt. That'd be a good thing to throw essences on. We've been a little bit unlucky with essences and alchemies. And we are looking for a weapon upgrade. We haven't had one for a long time. Like, we are still using the same weapons that we found when we were level 6. Except this one was like a little bit further. Hey, Tanari. Maybe your body's adjusting to the time. That could be it. I do feel very jet lagged. The 1 hour time zone difference really gets to you. It's like I'm used to going to bed at 11, but now I'm going to bed at 10. That's crazy. Oh, nice, Primelian. That's awesome. Yeah, it takes a bit to learn. Yeah, I was in Germany. For my first Gamescom. Should feel pretty smooth at this point, though. Once I'm in the next zone, we'll go over what we have. I thought you were from North America? No. I'm Norwegian. I live in the UK. I'm not American, son. Alright, let's do a quick little overview of the character. We'll go to town and pick up the skill point. Let's pick up a Jade Flask. Don't want reduced effect. Reduced chill effect is fine. Yeah, that's fine. There. And we'll keep, even though this is a better life flask, we're going to keep the lower one. I'm not really flasking a lot anyway, and I mostly want to have the freeze and blood immunity. That's mostly what I care about right now. We're going to pick up a skill point. We're going to take these because the lightning damage is good because we're Archmage, and cast speed is good because cast speed just feels good. Other than that, right now I have Automation, Arcane Surge, and Arcane Cloak. I was happy with how that felt, so we're keeping that. We have pretty bad weapons right now. We could go craft something here. I don't really care enough to. I'm just trying to get an upgrade. We have still the same, like, white ring with crafted fire res. We have a white chest piece. We have pretty good gloves and helmet with just life and resist on them. We have conductivity. We're leveling and intensify for later. Clarity linked with Eternal Blessing. Frostblink with Arcane Surge, and Grace we're just leveling, so that could be in an offhand as well. In our boots, we're leveling in more duration. Other than that, they're just like life. So our amulet, our belt, our left ring, and our weapons are what we're looking at upgrades for, and our chest. And we have Inspiration, Firestorm, Archmage, and Lightning Penetration. So that's where we're at currently. And this zone that we're in right now is actually really good to level in. And a lot of people will level here to like level 44, 45, whatever. And the reason for that is because there's so many blue monsters here. And especially on Hardcore, Act 5 Kitava, the end boss, is actually pretty dangerous. It's one of the things that can kill you during the campaign. Very, very scary. So very frequent to level here. I'll probably do one more lap and get to like level 43. You also want to be sure that you can easily get resist capped for the Act 6. Because we're losing 30 resists. So we want to be 105 on all of these. So right now we have 106 lightning, so that's fine, but we need another 30 fire and cold resist basically. so that we are okay with that res loss. And it's always the same. It's never like a variable amount. It's always 30. 30 and 5 and 30 and 10. And being over leveled for Innocence is a good thing too, because his last move can be kind of deadly. There we have an alchemy, and we did already buy what we wanted. So I have bought like okay ones that we can craft on, but now let's talk about something called item level. So I bought those back in Act 4 or Act 3, and there if I hold Alt, item level 37 and 35, whereas I'm now finding item level 42 and plus stuff. And there are different like breakpoints for like, let's say spell damage could go at a later level up to like 120, but maybe now only up to like 60 or 70. So I am, before using the alchemy, going to check the vendor and see if there's like a decent base type that I could potentially use my alchemy on. And if there isn't, at least we have this as like an okay one. Pick up some chrome items. We're clearing very, very nicely. You could buy ones at the King's March. That is true. A very easy thing without even having to engage with the league mechanic is that you have the gambling mechanic. And that's going to be really good because I'm not really interacting much with the King's March, so we can gamble. We can get it twisted. There's a second alchemy. That's awesome, because we were getting a little bit unlucky that we hadn't found a single one yet. We have to brute force our own alchemy. Okay. 108 life is great, but we don't really want anything there. Oh. Let's see if there's any really good bases here. 26 spell damage, but would need to be scared. 23. Okay, honestly, we will go to the King's March then, I think, and gamble. I had completely forgotten about it. But let's do that. So we have 5,000 gold, and we could get some pretty great ones from Faustus. Oh no, we can't gamble. What do I need to upgrade for that? Ah, I forgot about that. You get it pretty early, no?
Farewell for now. Hail! Let me just grab the next few applications.
We need 5 of that ore. Okay, let's do that.
Of talent. I'll get right on that paperwork.
I must have time to gather.
Recheck Faustus doesn't matter. We need to. There. Okay, now we just need to hit some nodes. You're starting from scratch? Yes, sir. Alright, so we hired 2 miners and they're on Crimson Iron Ore. So we can get it very early without interacting much. This isn't for our next league. This is for this league. This is for 325. And we don't know if this is going core or not. Let's take the crackling speed. We got 11% more cast speed. And we'll go try to find one of those veins. I figured you advanced a bunch of dialogue. It might be there by now. No. So we already saw that we need to upgrade to get it. Already done, Bumbeck. If you're coming late, please don't explain or try to ask for questions that we've already covered. You can do that if you've been here from start. But yeah, we need this little thing here. Four-link helmet. But it's blue. It's kind of annoying to do anything with blue items. Oh yeah, our treasury has run out of gold. Let's go fix that. Where's Johan? Yeah. Gotta go to the King's March. Alright, Johan. Manage town. Let's give like 150 gold.
That will do nicely.
Right. So we need
Right with you.
5. Oh, that's Orichalamore. Okay, it's annoying. Alright, I think I just will alchemy these. Almost good boots, and we can craft life on them, but we kind of have okay ones. We're gonna alchemy these. Cold damage and cold damage to spells. Lightning damage and cold damage to spells. They're kind of low rolls on everything. So they're not very useful to me, and I don't want to use Chaos Orbs on these. So we're gonna be looking for new ones. What's Johan trying to tell me? One. Oh, they're very slow. Yeah, the black market's very good. It'll be interesting if it's... that probably will stay, actually, no matter what. Because there is a 0% chance that gold isn't going core. Because there will be literal riots if the auction house and the gold doesn't go core. So I would be very surprised if the black market doesn't as well. And if it isn't, then, you know, it's just slightly harder to gear. But I would be surprised if it isn't. Let's see. I will play some ads on Twitch, actually, while we're here, because I do that every hour. So we'll do one more leveling run here, and then we're going to go make sure that I have enough resistance to go to Act 6. As you can see, we're already pretty tanky, pretty easy to deal with. Plarp, thank you for the sub, and Flavin, thank you for the sub, appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying the new player content. Tinctures, we're just going to ignore. They're sort of like a potion that burns your mana. There's a hallowed life flask that we do not want to ignore. These are the second best life flask in the game. The best is Divine. There is a higher level one called Eternal, but we don't use those. They're not very good. They're like a noob trap. They are a noob trap. There's at least one guy in chat using Eternals. I'm going like, ooh. But they're worse. Less healing. Why are they a noob trap? Because they heal less than a Divine. Divine Life Flask heals for more. So this is basically walking around and asteroids drop from the sky and kill everything. Well, so the asteroid drops when I cast it. Like, they don't automatically cast. It's not like I'm just walking around. I do have to, like any other ability, actually cast it and activate the ability. That's a decent item. But we are just gonna vendor it. Right, we can probably go into the boss now. We'll kill everything here. And one of the reasons why this zone is farmed so much is because of these packs. All these blue packs at the end. Because you end up getting so many
Hello.
to kill.
For freedom.
Nice. Although... Can we do the recipe? We can. So we can show something. So now I didn't get a cool suffix. I didn't get like freeze immune or bleed immune, and we would love bleed immune. But we've picked up a lot of yellow beasts. So what we can do now is we can go back to the menagerie. And we can put it in here and then search for sealing. And this will give us corrupting blood immunity. So this is really big. And then I don't really need to care that much about rolling this one. Like, I could, but I'm probably just going to ignore it because I have a 36. So I'm very happy with my flask now. So now we have corrupting blood immunity here, and we have chill immunity here. Now you only get the lowest tier of that, but that's more than good enough. Right, we're going to do increases and reductions apply to shock effect at 30% of their value. And a shock is a debuff on the enemy that goes up to 50% increased damage taken. And In other games, you might have heard of like bucket groups for more multipliers, like things that are multiplicative with each other. And Path of Exile is similar, where if I'm just stacking, let's say, increased spell damage, increased lightning damage, increased damage, those are all additive with each other. But when the enemy has increased damage taken, that becomes multiplicative with the increased. So that is a very strong stack, or a strong stat, and that's why shock is really good. And whereas like more damage, like more spell damage, or yeah, any of those things, like they're very, very strong. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, we were gonna like the King's March. But that didn't have instant bomb back. That wasn't an instant flask. That was an instant while low life flask. There, now we can do Orichalcum. And we'll have them mine that. So now we need to touch a new vein that we haven't found yet. But let's go kill the boss. No, there are no increased rewards for playing SSF or for playing hardcore. The economy will be different, so it can be more rewarding like that, but no.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
And so it will.
You can see we have really, really good damage already, even though we still have very bad weapons. Very bad weapons. So right now what we're making is like a 5-6 hour build guide. But we do have like a 20-minute build guide for this too. So this is one of my everything explains. Actually, I don't do them this league, but I needed a new Templar for a Spark character, and I was like, why don't I just level it like this? Because I've had so many requests for a new everything explained.
I am the new and the eternal. I am innocence.
When God has lost his way, the devout must set him back on the path.
So on this boss fight, the main thing to look out for is that beam. If you stay close to him, it can't really do much. Staying close and moving around the boss, like literally every single boss. Very easy to beat every single boss with that. You're gonna migrate to hardcore trade after leveling? Yes, but I've had so many requests for doing like a more endgame version too, so I'll do that tomorrow. So I'll probably go to like, I don't know, like level 80 or something. We'll do like a little bit more of like maps and stuff tomorrow. I really enjoy everything explained. It's how I got into PoE. It's good. Alright. This is his scariest move. It's basically a bullet hell. I would recommend just simply killing him before he can do it. It's very potent. We'll go back to town real quick just to clean out my inventory. I'm probably going to rid of the leather belt. Actually, am I? We do get a jewel here. I'm going to pick up a cobalt.
Once Kitava has gobbled up every
It does have fire and lightning rest. That is nice. I'll keep a leather belt in case I need one for crafting. We can use a transmute on the hallowed flask. Didn't really get anything. We can keep that in case we need it later. Right.
What in damnation?
What in damnation have I done?
Alright. So now we're going towards Yatava. Oh, actually I need to make sure that we're able to get res cap. So I'm going to need 27 more cold res and 24 more, or 23 more fire. And you see, even our Frostbang is like killing them. So like normal monsters in Path of Exile 1, very, very easy. Yeah, Envy and the Wolf thing is very good for leveling. Not on this build, but... Are you going to play PoE 2 in November? Yeah. We will. Alright, let's see. What do we do with our skill point? We're going to be going for more cast speed and mana regen. It just feels incredibly good. And obviously we don't have anywhere near damage problems. And especially if we get a new one, we'll be like feeling very good.
I must have time to gather my will.
We will feel like we have supernatural damage. There. Thank you, Bombay. Let's go to the ossuary.
I shall cleanse this place of hallowed legacy.
Alright, Petrified Ember. I mean, we might as well get one in case... No, but I'm not going to use it at all, actually. There's the Divination card I talked about earlier that can come from the Nico things. So now we got Society's Remorse. You hand that in, and I just got 10 alterations, basically. So I'll show you where to hand that in case you do find one. Really good to find during the campaign.
This'll do nicely, Exile. Another goodbye.
Little ghost. Now that he's ghosted, he will drop some extra loot. Still drop basically nothing.
I continue to serve as God's instrument.
Okay, we can just grab the recipe here and then leave. Then I'll show you where to hand in divination cards. So you can go to Act 4 and hand them in there. And once we have Lily in Act 6, we can hand them in our hideout. We can hand them in here. Boom. Plus 10 alts. Now we have 22. We're insane. All right. Oh, maybe we just fix our resistance right now. So on our chest, we can craft one of them. So we need to craft fire here. Then we can craft cold here. I'm doing the second tier because I don't want to use our only alchemy. We need a little bit more. Kind of annoying. Hopefully we will just get a better one. I'll craft cold resist here. So we're not fully res capped. We don't have fire resist. We can craft here. But I was going to do damage here. I guess I'll just craft fire resist here. Now we're fully res capped. So now we have 116, 113, 106. Minus 30 is 76% of our lowest resist. So we're more than prepared for Act 6. Should vendor these, actually. My aura turned off and my... there. You can either have move only or arcane cloak or clarity as your mouse button one. I've been playing a few leagues, but I never knew that I can benchcraft on whites. Yeah, I try to mention that a lot because it's not super obvious. And that's how we got res capped already in Act 2. Because then we just focus on sockets and you don't need a gear to be blue or yellow to craft on it. Yeah, it's not very intuitive.
I must have time to gather my will.
Not getting the aura I want. Yeah, if you eat a rubber right, you'll have one additional respec point. So like I could be like, oh, I don't want that, etc. But obviously I do want that, so we're not respecing that. What are we on chromes? We're 14 and we're not like really looking to chrome anything. Nope. No new boots. A lot of rares here. And you might have noticed too that different rares will have different things. So if you hover over this one, it said periodically enrages. That one has chilled, ground, and life regen. So there will be loads of like different things that are scary. They've gotten rid of most of the really, really scary ones. I'll explain scary ones when I see them. It's like a purple crystal that goes like tink, 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 tink. That's very scary. But most of them are gone now. Those are like kind of scary, like berries. The minions lightning explode on death. But they were very scary, but they've been nerfed a lot. A lot. Lightning and shock resistant. Like if you ever notice that you're just suddenly dealing no damage to them, that's usually either like life regen, something called Soul Leader, which is very scary, or yeah, resistant to your damage type. Obviously this one's fire and ignite resistant, which doesn't really do anything for its tank. So we don't do that much fire damage anymore. If we look at ours now, oh no, it is still like 50-50. Still 50-50 at this point. We don't have crazy mana gear. At the moment, we are still dealing more lightning because we're using lightning pen. Is the pathing for these acts the same each time? There's like 30 different zones. So it's very easy to remember all of them eventually.
I am no beast of burden.
I'll just throw that out. That one can hurt a little bit, the molten shell. IB, thank you for the almost 2-year resub.
Not all.
Almost good. And like, I would very, very rarely use Chaos Orb to reroll. I sometimes rarely do it on day 1, but very rarely. +1 cold spell gems. So these are really bad implicits. So implicits are the thing like above, right? Like the cold resist, the dex, and the spell damage. That's the implicit.
This is neither the time nor the place.
What are the currency types they use in the campaign? Transmutes and alchemies, alterations, and essences. Pretty much just those. Grab some more cast speed. We're gonna go here. We'll make a new zone. I'm hoping they get the Orichalcamore. Because I want a Templar to do Spark on. I figured I might as well teach people Archmage.
I must have time to gather my will.
I don't bother with quality currencies unless I'm melee. Because it doesn't increase our spell damage, so. Yeah. I played this on hardcore last league.
There is always hope.
It's a little squishy early before you get suppression. That's why
All looks lost.
doing Grace early can be nice. Nice spam of that. So now we're coming up against the hardest boss of the campaign, and here's the Orichalcamore as well. Doing this is kind of nice. It'll give us like a little buff. For a minute? 30 seconds? Maybe 30 seconds. "30 seconds. Let's see if we can run to the boss with that still up. Oh god. Dead end. Okay, we're not gonna get to the boss in time. That's sad. Does do quite a lot of damage too. Charges is from being a Hierophant. It's all in the build guide. There. Alright. Here we go, Katava. So, Katava is very scary. Because he has a slam that basically one-shots you. Probably doesn't one-shot me. But we still want to just kill him as soon as possible to ignore getting hit by any slams. So this can be scary. And that. That slam hurts. We want to be really careful with that. They have like little like physical slams, these champion of the feast. Ooh, scary. Stop it. So once you're above 1.2, 1.3k life, we are 2.3 by the way. Because our mana is life too. You can really get one shot. But it's still scary. But we are an incredibly good and safe build for this. It's hard to be safer. It's hard to be safer. Now we get a forced death cutscene where Sin saves us. And now we lose the resists.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Has my faith truly been a lie?
Now, we are minus 30 now on chaos.
Too weak to defeat the...
There's very little chaos damage, except for ritual. And now we want to do the side area here to the left. This unlocks the Lily for the rest of the league. And you will now have access to buy any gem in your hideout at any point. So you never need to worry about like, oh, am I level 40 net yet or stuff. Like they'll still have like the required level to use them, but you can buy the gem before doing quests and stuff. It's very nice. And that'll reset every league. We should be able to gamble as well. And I'm pretty sure gambling will stay. This is rogue markers. This is the side mechanic that we're not going to explore in the Everything Explained. Nah, everything. Everything Explained. I really should be calling this 2% of Path of Exile Explained. It's basically like a side endgame content. It has very large rewards. A lot of people hate it. It can be pretty boring. It's very different than the rest of the game. A lot of people dislike it.
While you be sculpting.
You see here. It's every gem. Well, mostly. Do I not have 5 yet? I do have 5. Oh, I just did it. Faustus offers black market deals. We're hoping this is here next league. So here, now we can buy once.
I'd consider that a win.
76 mana. Kind of usable. It's a bad implicit though. Cold damage. Fire damage. Mana. Nothing craftable.
Could do worse, exile.
Lightning damage. Mana, but nothing else.
I'd consider that.
Lightning damage to spells. And an open suffix. So that's a really good one. And keep that. Oh, but that one had a bad implicit. Right, we'll buy a few more.
Oh.
No. No. Definitely no. Okay, so we didn't really get anything good, but we got one upgrade.
Good luck to you.
Can we deal with the resist for that? I think not, but still. Well, I can if I replace this. No, this? That's also like actually quite decent already. I definitely want to try to get maybe a new belt. We can try to get that now. But let's look at crafting on this. We want cast speed. So we have a lot of alterations. So this is now a really, really good one. High lightning damage, spell damage implicit, flat damage to lightning. We don't use the physical damage because we're not hitting with the one. And we're never hitting. It's it says grants 5 life per enemy hit. And we are hitting, but we're not hitting with the one. So that doesn't do anything either. But the other stats do. So it's a very good one. We'll chrome it to 3 blue. And then we'll replace this one. So this is a very bad... We basically don't have a weapon. So 760 to 940 damage. So a large upgrade. And we get cast speed, which is not reflected there. Huge upgrade. We're now at 68% fire res, which we do want to fix. So we are going to try to do that through a belt. Because our belt is so bad. We're going to talk to Bestel. And they're really bad. That is annoying. We don't have too much lightning either. What about a ring? A fire or cold ring would be good. But there are none. We can buy that. And then, why does it say lilies here? So what we're going to do now is we're going to turn that into a ruby ring. For a little bit over on cold. So we can buy like, I'll show a neat trick now. Because we have loads of wisdom scrolls, so let's buy 5. So that's 21 fire res. 25, 20, 24, 28. You could do this until you hit 30. So that's a neat trick. And now I'm going to throw an alchemy on that. We got cast speed, life, and open to craft. So now we can craft cast speed, cold res on that. And it's a pretty okay ring. So I'm going to craft the 21 to 28. Because now we are fully res capped and we have the cast speed there as well. And it's dex, so we can level up the grace a little bit more without putting more points in. So it's nice. Now we continue. A little snack while we're killing some monsters. It's good though.
I return to exile, humbled and shaken.
Nice, Danko. And then we used all our gold on gambling.
I must have time to gather.
Didn't really get anything crazy. Got one good weapon at least, and then we have one like from the torment cell. Normally you would find a lot more essences. Kind of crazy how few we found.
Gather the pieces.
So now we're a little bit over 1,000 on average damage on the in-game tooltip. Now, that being said, the in-game tooltip is not incredibly accurate in Path of Exile. It's a little rough. Dishonored Queen. Goodbye, Hyrie. Where is the flaming rock coming from? Well, that's the thing, right? We're using magic, so we're conjuring it in. Let me finish cheering. I'll explain this. So this is Delirium, and you can see like the evil version of yourself on the other side, or whatever it's supposed to be. But you can see other you. When you walk through the mirror, you're now in Delirium. Maybe we are badass. And you see like a little reward thing here. Whenever you're killing monsters, you're like getting more rewards. So once we do 3 or 4 of these rewards, it'll make a new reward line and stuff. Everything, the further you go away from the mirror, will be more and more dangerous. So it'll be harder and harder. So we don't want to bring this into the boss. So you can either click this button. I've made the hotkey for B, because we don't want to deal with this in the middle of the boss fight. It'll make the boss harder. We actually got hit by a slam there. You saw how little damage it did to us? That's because we're a very tanky build. And later we might want to run Grace, like I said. We'll see. But we have, especially for the campaign, we have extreme damage and extreme tank. Boom. And now the lightning is like 50% outweighing the fire. And it will just continue to go up whenever we're getting more mana, especially. Like we really want like 100 mana, 120 mana pretty early on both of our ones. That'll make a big difference, because that is both tank and damage. It's a huge part of damage. It's a little weird to be scaling damage in this way. It might not seem super intuitive.
Have time to gather my will.
And that Delirium mirror, the way it works is it sort of expands like a donut. So it'll like catch up with you. You can't stay in there forever, but you can stay in there for quite a while. On linear maps, you can usually stay in there for like the entire area. But if it's like a zone that turns back on itself, then you'll probably run into the end pretty early. There's another essence. It'd be good to get a new belt. I particularly want a new belt, because it doesn't really have any stats. Okay, I don't think we're taking any caster mastery. So we are going to move down, and we're going to be taking the nodes here. Because there are some really good nodes here with Heart and Soul, giving us life and mana. And cast speed right before it. And cast speed's huge. Cast speed is huge for us. It just feels really good too. And hopefully the build feels amazing at this point. That's why I like doing like no pre-prepared gear when doing these, so that I have the same experience that a new player does. We'll take a brief look at my gear as well. But like we have that like starter one that was a torment essence, which is good for flat lightning. Then this one is just percentage lightning and cast speed and flat lightning to spells. High life on both my helmet and gloves. My boots aren't too bad either. Very bad belt. We need to get a new one. Very good ring. There is an open prefix, I just realized. So what we can go do is we can actually craft mana for even more damage. So right now we're at 1000 damage. Let's see how much of a difference even just 30 mana does. Should give us a little bit. So 20 more. So it all really adds up. Our left ring is nice. Amulet is very bad. So we'd be looking at getting a new amulet, and we'd be looking at getting a new belt. So let's see if we can buy any either jade amulets.
What now?
We can't get any leather belts. What about jade amulet? Wow. 105 life, 16 all attributes. I definitely want that. I can use it because I don't want to not be rest cap, but that's wild. There is an orb that we haven't found yet called a Regal, and they are really, really, really rare during the campaign. I usually can expect to find one, maybe two, but like honestly, it's not even guaranteed that you get one. So I might struggle using that amulet because it's blue. And later, you actually get quite a lot of Regals from side content and stuff. But yeah. It's rough to use. In this zone, we are getting our first Cruel Lab trial. So we are going to be doing those so we can do another lab. Streamer vendors. Well, I can't use it. I would have rather had a white one. Another little trap area.
I must have time to gather my will.
Pretty straightforward. Just don't get hit by the trap. Or do. I'm not your mom. There is a recipe here for double resistances. So that means you'll be able to craft like fire and lightning. Cold and fire.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
Nice. Our damage is pretty crazy now. All right. So we're done the trial. Now we gotta go up towards Chevron. It's pretty straightforward now. Like Path of Exile is pretty linear. It will have some side areas that it'll try to trick you into going, but you really don't need to. I'm not gonna click the Bismuth deposit. It makes like everything in the zone more dangerous and deadly. And a lot of people would do that during the campaign and then end up dying to bosses, like, especially the like, harder ones like Kitava. Because they didn't know that clicking that makes the entire zone scarier. There's a lot of things like that in Path of Exile. They try to catch you out. Bismuth on launch? Yeah. That's fine for me. I was a gladiator. Are you rerolling dresses F for the rest of the league? No. This is just to help people to have a more actual simulation. Almost good. Boots. Boots. Arcane Cloak is not on. So it isn't. Thanks. So it isn't. Must have moved it around. Carried by chat. Classic. Do another like 30 minutes, then I gotta get ready. And then I will just continue this then. So it'll probably be like a shorter part 1, but we'll actually do a part 2 tomorrow. Of actual endgame and stuff, and what I do to like start of mapping, start of the Atlas tree. Without Adorn, this can still kill everything in the game.
Why are you so ugly?
I've never done Adorn on this. What uniques like day? I don't have any. Now you should be feeling that our build is very online and very, very damage. We are very damaged much well. So now we're basically just looking for gear with really high life and a bunch of resists. Boom. Arcanist Dominion. Talk to Tarkly for another skill point. We'll take the Zealot helmet because we have a red slot there. But it would be hard to beat our helmet because we have so much life on it. I really want a belt. It's really annoying. I mean, didn't I keep a white belt? I did. It's kind of low item level, but we can throw the Essence of Hatred on it. It did hit 60 life. If that had an open suffix, that'd be really good. We're just gonna vendor it. Unlucky. Alright. Mana and life, and next point is heart and soul. So this is what our skill point looks like. But obviously you have the POB, so it's very easy to follow along there. Honestly, not a terrible idea to take this for the fire and lightning res for 1 point. Let's see. Exile farming should be really good on this. How does the jewel work? So that's a rollable thing that I can put in my skill tree. So obviously we could roll this with chaos orbs or alterations. Since we don't have a regal, we wouldn't want to roll it with alterations. And we would have to make it white first. I don't think I have a scouring. We haven't found that yet, but Orb of Scouring is basically makes an item white. So you can craft on it again. And you can roll loads of different stats on it, like resist, life, spell damage, lightning damage, and you can then put it in your skill tree in those slots. This is a pretty deadly boss, obviously. Not much is deadly for us. We're very strong. Very strong. How much mana regen do I have? 100. Ow. No, we're not talking about Watcher's Eye now. This is for new players. I'm talking about the Cobalt Jewel in my inventory. Barbute helmet. That would be really cool to find on League Start. It's a helmet that just permanently grants you onslaught. So we would be a lot faster. Wow, those are really nice gloves. Having some really good luck. They're on Cobalt. So that would be really nice. But we're not going to use any like lucky stuff. Okay, we definitely want to use that. They're literally endgame gloves. They're insanely strong. They have almost max life. They could get 10 more. They have a good resist, and they have 33 fire resist with open. So they're really good. That's the type of gear you're looking for. I chromed them once to make sure that I could get the other gems in there. And they're huge. I do need to craft lightning res on them. I'm definitely going to do the one alchemy craft now because we're keeping these. To use uniques early on leveling is bad. No, but it's very unlikely that the people following along are going to get the same uniques. So some uniques can be good, but I'm mostly going for rares and stuff because that's easy to follow along with. Like, my least favorite thing... So I recently had to follow loads of RuneScape guides. And obviously, like, when I was new to Path of Exile, I wasn't following guides, but I would see other people's guides, and I didn't like how most people were doing them with like, oh, you don't need this item, but I'm going to be using it. And I was like, well, if you don't need it, why are you using it? Why not just show it without? And it's the same with RuneScape. There would be like so many guides for like, oh, this is how I do barrows. You don't need this gear, but I'm going to be using perfect best in slot gear and everything. And I'm like, why don't you just show it with worse gear? And it was really frustrating to me. So I like to just do it with the minimum amount of stuff most of the time. And I find that that's a lot nicer. It like tilts the heck out of me. So if you don't need it, then probably don't do it. I mean, there's some exceptions where you really don't need it and it's fine, but... Baroque. Alright, getting the waypoint here. And again, remember it's a good habit is to pick these up even if you're not delving. Getting an extra 10 alterations is pretty huge. It is pretty huge. The Archmage build is very viable for tier 17, but I can't help individual people right now while I'm recording this video. Does increased damage also work on spells? Yes, so increased damage works on everything except minions. Everything except minions. So like if you're doing like zombies or skeletons or summon raiding spirits, you can't do increased damage. And that's what makes Spiritual Aid so good. A lot of people pick that up on a lot of builds. Because Spiritual Aid over here, it does minion damage, just becomes super increased damage. Because it works on minions and everything else. So it actually becomes stronger than increased damage. It's really cool. We're going here for another side quest. We're getting really high on damage. I just leveled that exile. Some jewelers up there. We're about to level. Massive Shrine that gives you more life and more AoE. Gonna grab here, we can grab life and grab mana next. We're actually like doing insanely well. Boing. Like we found really decent gear. And I usually will find similar amounts of gear on something that might not be like the exact same glove, boot, or helmet, but it's like pretty similar. Whereas like uniques are so specific what you'll find. That's why I don't like using that. Does your physical resistance matter at all at this level? So we don't really have physical resistance. We have 396 armor, which to give you an idea, this is basically the same as having 2 or 3% physical damage reduction. It'll help a tiny bit against like normal white monsters hitting me. But it is realistically not doing anything against bosses. And that's because armor is dynamic based on the size of the hit. So let's say that you had 5,000 armor now and it said 90% physical damage reduction. We wouldn't actually have that. And I do have a command in my Twitch chat that is, and maybe on YouTube, that says exclamation mark armor with a U. And that explains it. But it, yeah, it's not like... Well, it is linear. Like it depends on the size of the hit. Whereas endurance charges will always be 4%, no matter what, per charge. And it's for both elemental. How much do we depend on evasion? So evasion is really, really strong and very underrated. Because evasion is not like dodge used to be or the way block is. because the way evasion works is it's entropy based. So you are always going to hit eventually. Like you can never dodge 100 times in a row with evasion, but you're guaranteed not to get hit twice in a row, right? So depending on your evasion, let's say that we have like an endgame character with say 20 to 30,000 evasion, right? Then when a monster hits you, or when a monster attacks you, sorry, it'll pick a number. So it might, let's say, it might pick the number 15, and that monster and similar monsters to it is going to hit you every 15 attacks. So that means that you can't get a lucky streak or an unlucky streak. It's too long for YouTube, right? That makes sense. So evasion is really, really strong on characters that, like, you never want it to be like, well, if I don't evade, then I die. But it's really strong. Yeah, it's not RNG. Evasion is not RNG, and that's what makes it so strong. That means that as long as you don't get, like, killed easily, which these characters, both my Lightning Strike Trickster and this character, they have, like, large pools of HP. When they're not getting hit multiple times in a row, you're always able to recover your health for next hit, making you incredibly tanky. And it also is really, really good because, like, one of the more dangerous enemies in the game is the porcupines, and that is actually an attack. So when you have a lot of evasion, you don't even notice porcupines. They're probably people who are like playing an evasion-based build and they haven't even thought about how not scary porcupines are. Because they explode with like an attack explosion. And they're incredibly safe. What about dots? Well, dots are a spell. Evasion is only against attacks. So is armor. I mean, we can pick up a studded belt, but it's like the worst base type. Yeah, I had nothing anyway. Nothing good on gear. And obviously when you're new, it does take a while to look at gear and stuff. It's pretty normal.
I must have time to gather my will.
Is evasion? Yeah. Suppression does affect dots, yeah. I think? No, maybe suppression just hits. Oh no, I'm unsure. Maybe it's just hits. Is there a lot of fist spells in the game? Yeah, a decent amount. I'm pretty sure it's just hits from suppression. So the way suppression works, which we have not encountered yet, but I'll explain it anyway because it is so crucial to the game, is that if you have, well, any amount of suppression and it suppresses a hit, let's say you have 20% chance of suppression and it procs on a hit, then you take half of the spell damage. So if a fireball was about to hit you for 1,000 damage and you have 75 fire resist, you would take 250 divided by 2, right? So very, very strong because it's after your resists. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter where it comes. Either way, it's the same. But very strong. And if you have 100% chance to suppress, you're just taking half damage from every single spell hit. It's kind of crazy. It's a little too mandatory. So in this zone, you have to like... It's like an escort mission. Everybody's favorite. We just have to stand in the yellow circle. You can try Grace instead of Wrath. Because we have lost so much early defense this patch. And you don't really get it back until late game. So block is better and worse. Like on block you can have a lucky streak and an unlucky streak. I'll probably announce the gauntlet date in like 20 minutes. So I'm going to stop doing this then. There, we're down here. And instead of running downstairs, you can just blink down. It's very nice.
See you, dude. Lord of Light, hold back the
Alright.
so that I may
And we're gonna kill the Brine King. And then we're gonna explain Pantheons, which we already have, but we're not gonna explain it until Brine King. Do 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 do. Nah, Power Runes is just crazy luck. Also, this zone is awful. A lot of people full clear this zone and get lost. So actually, I get lost here sometimes. Boom, Cruel Preparation, a little bit more res, which is nice. Like being overcapped, like being at like 105 is really nice. Because there are curses like our conductivity, which lower curse, or sorry, lowers resistance.
Feast for His Majesty on his wedding day. Really, we are both so touched by your generosity.
Hello, Professor. Nice. And then, in the between stages, all you need to do is not stand in like the yellow lightning thing. Just zaps you periodically. And it's pretty straightforward, right? Like we only have really 3 buttons. We have a movement ability, we have a curse that you hit every 10 seconds now? Yeah. 10 seconds, and then we have our right click. Plus potions. Do 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 do. There, easy peasy. We can pick up all the gear. Oh, we don't have room. That's fine. There, and now we've unlocked Act 7, and now we can do Pantheons. Pantheon is basically us stealing the god's power, and they can be really useful. So let's look at them real quick. So, this is you cannot be stunned if you have been stunned, so you cannot be stun locked. Really, really nice. And then we can take either Rislatha, it's pretty good. Life charges, it's like you're gaining life charges. Without like having to kill things. And now we're about to get another utility flask. We can pick up phasing. That is kind of nice to have a mana flask, but we could ditch that now. We're pretty okay mana regen, and we're about to get a bit more. So maybe we get rid of the mana flask and get phasing and explain phasing. Phasing is very big. So here, this side of it, like a little fort here, is where you get another questy quest. Something dropped. More uniques to sell. We have 3 alchemies now too, so our economy is not like terrible. New Learning gear, and one piece has 100 health, but another has 30 life. Region what you choose, 100 health. You always go for max res. Sorry, max life. Life and resist. You don't care that much about regen. Oh, nice Johnny Blaze. Let's go to town and grab that and render the other stuff we don't need. How are we in resist now? Can I use? Let's see. We're gonna grab quartz. What? Reduce charges per use, but less duration. Reduce charges chance to avoid being ignited. We don't really care about the affix. I just want to have that it's not a bad prefix. Like anything with like less charges used and stuff is awful.
Greetings.
Or not use less duration.
Keep your life to
There,
your
can
own.
I use this already? Oh, I'm so close. Do I have anything in craft? No, not really. We're so close to being able to use the Jade Amulet. 100 life. Very close. No cigar. So far, our chest is very bad. Is there a new chest we can buy?
Greetings.
6 socket. Okay, I mean, it is everything explained. So sometimes the vendor can sell you 6 sockets and 6 links and 5 links. It's pretty rare, so it's not something you want to go to town and check for constantly. But if you find a 6 socket, that vendors for 7 jewelers. So that is quite nice. We can try to get a new armor evasion chest, like this one, and we can try to throw an alchemy on it. At this point, there's a very large chance that you have a binding orb, and that will 4 socket and 4 link it. I'll throw an alchemy on it first to see if it gets anything useful. It didn't, so it's dead to me, and therefore we don't want to use any jewelers on it.
Journey well.
So now we have phasing. So what does phasing do? So a quartz busk gives us a little bit of suppress, which we just talked about. But it lets me run literally straight through monsters. And monsters have a really hard time of hitting me when I'm not getting stuck on them. So it's actually like the single biggest thing defensively you can do in Path of Exile. And very, very often, most advanced players will be running straight into the monsters. And it might look counterintuitive. So very often you'll see people like say, oh, of course he died. He was running straight into the monsters. Well, hey, there's the binding. So that's actually the safest thing you can do because they're aiming where you were. So as long as you're not getting tripped up on anything, which again, you can't because you're phasing, you're very safe. That's why backtracking is really scary in Path of Exile because then you can backtrack into a monster's hit. I might need some more chromes now, so let's pick that up. Oops. These Everything Explains are the reason why I can level through all 10x without help. Glad to hear it. We'll be doing a longer one this time.
I must have time to gather my will.
Only works on lockstep. On predictive, you get screwed either way. Yeah, so the difference between lockstep and predictive, lockstep, the server sends a packet. Sorry, your client sells the server to the packet saying, I am here. And the client has to say back, yes, you are here. And then on predictive, so it's TCP versus UDP. And on predictive, you're just telling the server, I am here. And the server doesn't have to confirm that. So the server's like, maybe? I don't know. Are you here? We don't know. And that's why there'll be desync with that. It has gotten better, but still. There is a side area here as well that we need to get to. And we need to go down. So we need to get our lab trial. You should always use lockstep unless absolutely necessary. So if you have 120, honestly, maybe even on 120, I'd probably use it. 150 or more ping, you have to use lockstep. 150 or more ping, you have to use predictive, sorry. And if you're on softcore and you have really bad FPS issues and you're laggy, predictive can make a really big difference for that. Because performance and your server mode is tied very hand in hand on PoE. But you never ever for any reason play hardcore and predictive. You will die to it. But predictive does feel better, so a lot of softcore players play on it. But hardcore, you don't have a choice. You need lockstep. But it will feel worse. In my maps, yeah, you can run Essence in tier 6, ideally. Ow. They hurt. They hurted me. Right. Let's vendor some shit.
I imagine it.
Now, we have a Binding Orb, so I wouldn't mind getting another Armor ES base. Holy Chainmail. And then we use a Binding on this. Boom. Not very good. If that had like 2 rests, or like a rest and an open rest, that would be nice. Because right now I want to get my Jade Amulet on. That's why I'm trying to do this. Do you know, it is very tempting to use a Chaos Orb here. Just because there's no other bases for sale that we want to use. We'll use one. Unlucky. One more. Right, that's lightning. This is why you don't. That's why I don't use it. Oh, actually, maybe it's okay. No. Maybe? If I craft cold res on my chest, it might be okay. It will be okay. There. Boom. 74. A little bit unlucky with the roll. We do have a Scour, so we could recraft it, but we're not going to. We'll probably just get a new upgrade soon anyway. But now that puts me at 2,100 life, and that's not even all our defense, right? So it's very nice. But that is very nice. So we basically have 3,000 life already. Gives you an idea on how tanky the build is. Why do you play on D&D? Because while I'm making a video, I don't want people messaging me in the game. Alright. Let's see. Anything turned off with switching gear? Nope. We go to the Chamber of Sins. Do you have any tips for a new hardcore player? I would be Gladiator, Spectral Shield Thrower to start, and overlevel like fuck. Focus hard on getting gear. Most people die in hardcore because they're like, oh, I should be further, and then they go further than they're ready for, and then they die. This is the dead end. We're going to be stopping here soon because I got to prepare for a sponsor in 30 minutes. But we'll continue this tomorrow and have that as a part 2. And then we'll do, I don't know, maybe around 80. Maybe a little bit further than 80. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. But at least we'll cover like switching. And like early stuff. There. Let's put this in. Oh, I usually don't check the character sheet. I check my toolbar to see if they're turned off. Or I hold control because I have my auras on my second bar to see if they're turned off. There, now we get deep thoughts. That'll help, especially the mana regeneration rate. Especially like early maps, I think I will be running Grace instead of the mana regen. Sorry. I also kind of want to snack on something before. But yeah, after that we'll announce the gauntlet date. So in like 10 minutes. We'll do this and then we'll call it for the part 1 and then we'll do part 2 tomorrow with the in-game stuff. It's kind of nice not to rely on a mana flask too. A lot of people do keep a mana flask for a while. I like to get rid of it pretty early. A little scary to be minor matter without a mana flask though, for sure. That can get you killed. Bruh. Alright. Ooh, Crystal Wand. Bad base though. Alright. We'll call the part 1 here. This is I usually end in Act 8 because there's not that much past here anyway. But we will end here and we'll continue in another video. We'll call it part 2. And hopefully you guys enjoy the Everything Explains. So is there any feedback, especially from new players, of things that weren't clear and need to be better explained? Then that is swell. Post that in the comments and we'll look at it before the next one. So for those watching on YouTube, thanks for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I